Hello, everyone.
Hello.
How are we doing?
Volume-wise?
Yeah, can you hear us all? How's everybody doing?
Hello, chat.
Hello.
We are
My spring
thrilled.
break just started, so I'm thrilled.
We are very happy to welcome special guest Memeristor to the stream. We are
I'm
going
very happy to be here.
have a fun afternoon of solving puzzles.
Should we put a link to in the chat to Memeristor's stream in case anyone doesn't know who Memeristor is? Memeristor's does these excellent interviews with a bunch of Sudoku setters, so you can learn all the deepest, darkest secrets about whatever Sudoku setter you would like, including their recipes for various forms of pesto, if you are so inclined.
Yeah, I was going to say not much so the deepest darkest secrets, but we do talk lots of nonsense and all that pesto and, you know.
I did learn what fruit Neveria would be if he were a fruit based on his height. So I feel like that's a pretty deep, dark secret that not a lot of people would let go so easily. So you're a very skilled interviewer to get these sorts of details out of people.
Right. I need to learn to not ask questions that I'm not exactly sure what I'm asking yet.
I don't know. I mean, I thought it was a great moment. So
get my penguins at the ready.
Me reading in my notes, fruit question mark, and then I'm like,
fruit, yes or no?
I did contemplate springing an interview on Memeristor as the plan of the stream, but we decided to do puzzles instead.
That would be quite a surprise, especially since you talked all the puzzles to me in the preparation.
Yeah,
so
it was all quite an elaborate ruse to if it's like how if I ask you to test my Secret Santa puzzle, it's how you know that you must be my Santee, because I'm just trying to throw you off by getting you to test fake puzzles.
Yeah, if you keep rusing people, then they'll learn that you're just going to ruse them.
Well, that's possible. You've gotta zag sometimes, so they don't expect it when you zig, or whatever the expression is.
Right.
I did, by the way, for those of you who've been paying attention to the ongoing saga of me setting a U-Bahn type puzzle, I did finally post it to LMD, and I posted a link, which is good because now LMD won't let me log in anymore. But I posted a link up there, so if you're interested, you can go and have a look. Warning, according to some reports, it is difficult.
It's kind of insane. That was my feeling when I solved it.
You may wish to start with the sample puzzle.
I'm not even sure what kind of puzzle that is. So.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. Okay. Interesting.
It's one of the ones where instead of drawing a loop, you draw a loop network. So your lines are allowed to branch and then sort of like rebranch together or whatever. So you have to like reevaluate all of your sort of like how do loops work sort of brain shortcuts.
It took me about 4 hours with help from zetamath.
Oh my. Well, I don't know if I have that much time in my day, but maybe I'll take a look at it sometime.
I mean, this was over multiple days.
Right.
Alrighty. But to start, we have chosen this puzzle by Jovial. So what do you
who I believe is in
chosen,
chat.
I believe. Yes, Jovial is in chat. So Memeristor, I believe, had said this was a puzzle. Would you like to say what interested you about this puzzle?
Well, to be honest, a little bit of selfishness is that this is a variant that was in the speed setting competition. Maverick used it, and it was really interesting and cool. And I hadn't solved anything with it before, and I still haven't solved anything else with it. And this one had it, and I just happened upon it in your list of puzzles to do, and I was like, "Oh, I've been meaning to do this anyway." And it's by Jovial, so it must be amazing.
Excellent.
So.
Was that the one that Jovial was judging, or was that the one someone else
Yes,
was
that
judging?
was the one
Okay.
Jovial judged.
So perhaps Jovial was inspired partially by this, unless this puzzle predates that. Maybe I shouldn't speculate and create a whole fake mythology behind the origins of this puzzle. But, it'll be a major motion picture, though. But, all right. Would you like to explain how these rules work?
Yeah, so we have normal Sudoku rules, and then we have these arrows. And a digit in a cell containing an arrow indicates the sum of the digits in the first cells in the direction of the arrow, where the number of cells must be determined by the solver and may be different for each arrow. So, like, if this was a 7, this could just be a 7, or it could be like a 3 and a 4, or a 1, a 4, and a 2, and those are all valid ways of filling this, as far as I can tell.
And even a 3, a 1, and a 3, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, it could be. It's almost like an inside little killer, but not all the way to the edge, just as far as it needs to go.
If a cell has multiple arrows like this one, then it is the sum of each arrow, not the sum of all the arrows. So each
arrows
one
are
has
resolved
the same.
separately, not
right.
It is as though there are just two completely separate arrow clues, not like some puzzles with these. Well, not these arrows, but some puzzles with arrows you have to like combine them. That's not true here. That's what it's saying.
Makes sense.
Does Jovi have a suggested bet tree? I'm eyeing box 7 and noticing that like box 7 has no role in the puzzle. I mean, basically, there's like one arrow that points to some cells of box 7.
Row
All
9,
right, row 9, column 1.
Box 7.
Oh, there we go. Although I'm surprised it's the one on the arrow in box 7. I would have picked row 8, column 1, probably, trying to avoid that. But this works well. So take your bets.
Box 4 is also empty of arrows.
That's true. Yeah, there's only the like one glancing through it. So I think I see 2 cells that are the same.
Yeah, there's
these 2.
Sure.
Yep.
I still have MicroStudies color palette.
Exciting.
There's another set of cells that are the same because they see each other directly, so they have to be
yes, that
exactly
makes
the
sense.
same cell.
So these are the same as each other. These are the same as each other.
And might be the same as green.
Might be the same as green.
Right.
That was a good spot. Yeah, so purple and green might be the same.
Green goes down here somewhere. It'll be interesting if green is on an arrow.
Yeah. Especially because the green in row 1 is not pointed at itself, it's pointed down.
Yeah,
so that has to be at least 2
things, yeah.
And I guess it's also summing. Oh, it can't be 2 cells because then this cell and this cell would be the same.
Right. Then that would make.
Oh, well, they can't both be 2 cells, but they could be individually one of them 2 cells.
Yeah, that's possible.
Yeah. So we could have these 2 and then like these 3.
Right.
And have these 2 sum to this one.
So do you want to draw in lines that indicate what these things are referring to? Because, for example, the one in row 3, column 8, I know exactly what cells it sums. I'm not sure I know it for any others, but that one is, I guess the purple ones we would know. But row 3, column 8 can't possibly be a 1-cell sum, so it must be a 2-cell sum. So yeah, so we know that one does that, and I don't know if we even care to fill in like the purple one. Probably not, but
Probably.
but I kind of want to fill in something just so that I feel like I'm doing something. But let's see. The arrows pointing at each other observation seemed very good, and I was hoping we could utilize it elsewhere, but I don't see anywhere else that we can use it at least directly.
To be fair, Joey explained that one to me on stream.
This
I don't
one,
think I even noticed that myself.
this one goes certainly out of the box, obviously, but
Right. It can't be purple.
Jovi has warned us to be extremely careful because it is possible to make assumptions.
Oh boy.
That is frightening. I was wondering if we were supposed to chain them together somehow. Like notice like something is less than something is less than something. Like for example, row 3, column 7 is definitely bigger than purple. Because that one has to extend at least one.
Oh, that's actually a very good thought, because that has to include row 5, column 5 in its sum. But row 5, column 5 can't be that low, right?
Right. It's got to be at least. Actually, could it annoyingly be 3? If it was like a 2-1 going in 2 different directions?
It can be. It totally can be.
Horrible. I would like to petition to raise the lowest triangular, or to raise the second lowest triangular number by 2. Let's see. So yeah, but the fact that it does include that is interesting.
Sorry.
And then row 2, column 6 is even bigger than that one. Unless it's equal to that one.
Right. We can create like a greater than less or greater than equal to chain sort of
thing. Something like that. Yeah. I don't know if we should include like the
row 4, column 7 is greater than it.
Right. Okay, so for row 3, column 8, why don't we draw in the things we know are included in the sum for sure? Just a line so that we can point at it.
We do have...
Sorry, row 3, column 7. Row 3, column 7. I think I've been saying column 8 this whole time, and Memeristor just knew what I meant.
Yes, totally, that's the case.
Okay, so
but I think at every point I've said the wrong one, but it includes at least 2 cells.
Mm-hmm.
So let's draw in those 2 cells. And then the note from Memeristor is that then the one in row 4, column 7 is then at least 2 cells that includes orange. And so we've got all kinds of like this is bigger than this is bigger than this kind of stuff going on. If this wasn't a Jovi puzzle, I would suspect we were supposed to just find a chain of length 9 and then everything would be forced. Like if this were a 2 to 10th puzzle, that would be what I would assume we were trying to do. But that does not feel like a Jovi intro to me. And maybe you could put like an X at the end of the arrows where we know where they actually end. So like the blue arrow we know ends there for whatever it's worth.
Yeah, that's a decent one. It's a very Joey puzzle, apparently.
So
we have orange is bigger than purple. Red is bigger than orange.
Wait. I don't think orange can extend, because if it does, both the cell that it would extend to and that one have to be at least 3, right? That's what Jay Dyer is saying. But then to make oh no, that's the middle one to be 3. But even 4, I think you have to keep the cells within the box pretty low, so then purple will be up even more, which means that I think that's too high.
I think so. I'm trying to think what the elegant proof is. I was trying to figure that out before. Is like if orange extended, it seems like it's going to make something way too big.
Well, if we try to keep those 3 cells that it has down, I don't think the two cells that will be row 5, column 5's cells that it sums, I don't think those can accommodate it, right? Unless it could somehow.
And we even know that orange is at most 8, so we actually even 8 a degree of freedom because we know red is bigger than it.
Right.
So
Oh, yeah.
so we might be able to do it in in an effective way. So certainly it's true that that both of these digits are at least 3 individually. Both row 6, column 4, and row 5, column 5, they each have to be at least 3 because of the arrows coming out of them. But of course, they can't both be 3. So it's at least 3 plus 4 plus 1. So the only way it could ever in any universe work is if it's 3 plus 4 plus 1 exactly, right? Because we know that the total's at most 8.
Jovi is telling us that we need to think more about the green cells.
So, like, this goes at least this far. Could green go farther than this?
Oh, could green go into red? I seriously doubt that. Because we were pontificating red being like 9 or 8 or something, right?
Let's see. J40 says green must take orange or red.
Oh, yes, because one of green has to be 3 cells long in box 2. You either need this or you need this, which will take, or sorry, that's 1 cell too long. I'm drawing on the Zoom thing.
So we need this,
Right.
or we need this.
It's like one of those
So,
one of these lines is longer
so
than the other, but it's an optical illusion.
green takes certainly right. This is the point. These cells are both greater than orange, or equal to or greater than orange. This is equal to or greater. This is greater.
Mm-hmm.
And green takes one of these cells for sure.
Mm-hmm.
This is Jay Dyer's point.
And so that proves green isn't purple as well, which is convenient.
Right.
So that disproves in box 9 that orange extends, because now we've made orange at most 7. Because now there's
What?
2 things that are bigger than orange.
Box 5?
Box 5, yeah.
You said box 9.
Whatever, Clint. 5, 9, they're both perfect squares. It all works out.
So orange does not extend, is what we're saying.
But I think we've now proven that orange doesn't extend, because orange, if it extended, would need to be 8, and it would have 2 digits bigger than it, and 8 doesn't have 2 digits bigger than it.
Right.
I think, unless it's possible that orange and green are the same digit, but I think
No.
orange and green can't be the same digit, right? Do we know for sure that orange and green aren't the same digit?
Well, green either has orange on its arrow or greater in row 2, column 6, or it has red on its arrow, which is, we know, larger than orange. So green cannot be the same as orange.
Right. Perfect. Okay. Yep. So
yeah,
we
so
got
green
that.
is greater than orange. So orange has 2 things. Wait, do we know green and red are different?
I don't think we know that yet.
Oh, in that case, we might have cheated when we were proving that orange doesn't extend, because my argument, I think, hinged on the idea that green and red were actually different. And I don't think we actually knew that green and red were different.
Some people are saying these 2 cells can't be the same.
Why?
That's what I said, Nicholas.
Yep.
I just said it in a North American accent.
Let's see.
Can't would both be purple. What does that mean? They both see purple.
Yeah, I don't see it yet. Let's see. Kyle says orange doesn't extend. Its max is 8. So it must have a 1 if it extends.
Green takes...
But that goes in purple.
Should make row 5, column 5 greater than 4.
Yeah, make it at least 5.
Okay, we know green and
which
orange...
will break the sum, which will be 9.
We know green and orange aren't the same. That's for sure.
We know
but
that.
I don't know that we know these aren't the same.
Right, I think we definitely don't know that.
We don't know which green arrow extends Caravan.
Yeah, one green arrow extends, but we don't know which one. So yeah, so if orange extends, purple is 1. And so then row 5, column 5 is at least 5, because it's a sum of, say, 2 and 3. And then we'd have to make this other arrow now at most 2, the one in row 6, column 4. We would have to make it at most 2, but we can't possibly. So it does break if orange extends. Tristan highlighted some somewhat random cells there rather than the cells I was talking about, but
I was highlighting the cells Jay was talking about.
So orange can't extend. I believe I just articulated an actual proof of.
Agent says orange is also at least 6, and then Joby says orange is at most 6. Yes. This is a little bit confusing, but
well, the point is
it is chat's favorite thing to say a bunch of contradictory things and then let us try and figure out which of them are actually correct. It is part of the fun.
No, I certainly believe orange is at most 6 if you think about what green does.
Right, okay. Yeah, because of the minimum we can put in 2 cells is 1 and 2. So
right.
This is so much easier than we're making it.
Yes. So orange is at most 6. I believe that now. Yes. So orange is at most 6. What do we do with the fact that orange is at most 6? Sure made it easier to prove that orange didn't extend if we'd have said that orange was at most 6 first. I'll say that.
Orange is at least the sum of 3 cells in box 5. What?
Right, because
it's not.
That's kind of a weird way to put it.
Because the cells that it's the sum of are outside of box 5.
Well, sorry. One of row 5, column 4, or row 6, column 5 needs to be a part of, what a sort of, if you extrapolate row 5, column 5 to those arrow cells, but it's not exactly equal to 3 cells, it's just at least equal to 3 cells in sum. Oh, but 3 cells is 6 minimum.
So,
right? This is so weird. This is bending my brain.
I don't think that's true, but I could be wrong.
I think it is at least, right? Because, or is it?
Like it could be a 5 and a 4 with a 1 and a 2 afterwards, and then the sum would be 6, but 6 is not at least 5 plus 4.
So to clarify the rule for chat, the arrows don't work together. It's just that whatever this sum is, it goes this way and it goes this way.
Yeah, I think a lot of chat has misunderstood how the arrows work.
No, you can't do it. It is actually, what they're saying is actually correct. So it's kind of hard to see, but
Okay, so if we assume purple is 1, and this needs to be at least 4, right? Because these are minimum 2, 3.
but you can't make
You
4 with
can't make
2.
it 4 if purple is 1. Why are we doing a case argument on purple? Is the point we're going to prove that if purple is 1, then it's at least, then orange is at least 5, and if purple is 2, then orange is at least 4, or then the other thing's at least 4, and so putting those two cases together, it's at least 6? Is that what you're doing, Tristan?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I believe the 1 case. Okay, so then in the case where purple is 2, then the question is, what can row 5 column 5
Okay,
be?
so right. So if this is 1, this is at least 5, right?
Yep. Okay, I believe both cases.
And then orange is at least 6. If this is higher than 1, like if this is 2, then what can we do here?
I apologize to Jovi to doing this to her puzzle. I am sure this is nothing like what Jovi had in mind.
Well, we can
But the point is, one of
4
those
in
numbers
there.
is at least 3.
This
You could
is-
never put a 4 here, so they're
Right.
in the middle
this
cell. So it's
is-
at least 5, and so so orange is always at least 6, and at most 6.
Right.
You could do this.
You just have to
Tristan,
do the
but
2 cases.
You can't do 3 there because
Right.
then
Yeah,
you don't
so
have a 2.
Memeristor is saying that you could do this, but that's the smallest you're making this. So in either way, in either case, this is at least 6, but it is also at most 6.
And so therefore we get our digit.
Yes.
Woohoo!
Josh Johnson is saying the thing that I was trying to say with row 5 column 5 being greater than or equal to those things. So then these orange would be greater than or equal to these other things. If that makes sense.
We'll get you a 6 dance.
Digit dance.
Whoop-a-doop.
Should I grab a cat?
Woohoo! Wow! Ah. Ta-da!
Nebu, if orange is more than 6, it blows up green.
And so now we know which green arrow extends, I believe. Because now red is at least 7, and so green would be 10 if green extended there.
Yes. So this green arrow stops here.
Yep.
Sorry, green. And now this arrow must
arrow.
Go
3
One
cells,
further
at
than
least.
that. Yep, at least.
at least this far.
Oh, but exactly, right? Because
Yep, because it can't
because
go.
orange is 6.
Yep. And so, in fact, therefore, row 2, column 6 is 6, and those are 1 and 2.
What an awesome puzzle.
That is very cool.
So that means green is 9.
So green is 9, yes. Because we knew green was at least 3 greater than orange, and so in fact it's exactly 3 greater than orange.
So
and
red could still be the same as green.
No, red is 9 because red is the same as green because look at row 2, column 7 can only be 3.
Because this is at least 3, but it's a
Cute.
right. So this actually ends here, and red is green.
Yep, red is green, as some large percentage of chat will have already known, based on how colors work. And so we can fill in candidates in row 3, column 6. It is 7 or 8. And you can be sure to fill in row 4, column 7.
Row 3, column 6, 7 or 8.
Yep, and fill in the 9 in row 4, column 7.
This is like completely illegible. Row 4, column 7.
Okay, so I think
And
we know row
this-
5, column 5 is 4 or 5 because it can't be. Oh, could it be 3? No, it can't be 3 because that would put
Yeah.
a 1-2 triple in column 5.
Well, it would also
So-
put another 3 into box 5.
That's also a problem. That was the first way I saw it, and then I lost track of what I was talking about. And so purple is 1 or 2.
Right.
We can fill in.
Interestingly, row 3, column 8 can't be 9 because that would put another 6 in box 2.
Where are we putting the 9 in this box? It
Yep, it can only go
can't
there.
go
So,
here,
that was
so it
Meme's
only
point.
goes
That's
here.
That's very
Yeah.
slick.
As
Puzzle's very,
says
very cute.
a number of chat.
So what is that cell? Row 3, column 8.
Well, it's
At least
7 or 8,
because...
right?
Oh wait, no. Could it be 6? No, he's a 6 in the box.
It's 7 or 8.
Right.
And this is 4 or
4 or
5.
5.
So we've got
And
a
you can
7-8 pair in this row.
You can fill in 1, 2, 3, 4 on the 2 cells because you know exactly how far the 2 arrows extending from row 5, column 5 go, and you know that there are 1, 2, 3, 4 in all of those cells.
So it's just 2 cells for these?
Yep, because you can't have a 3-cell sum to less than 6.
It's been pointed out by several. Where does the other 7-8 go in box 2? It goes here.
Yep. Agree.
Row 3, column 5 is giving me very suspicious vibes because it's a 4, 5, or 3, so that creates a cool
A quintuple.
quintuple. I was
Yeah,
trying
so
to find
yeah,
the
so
right
yeah,
cue
just-
word.
Yep.
Sorry, this
Yep,
is
so
what?
yeah.
He says, "Yo, well."
So just
like,
fill in the
different
candidates for
ones.
that cell, Tristan.
Yeah.
It's a 3, 4,
Uh,
or 5. And so now in the column, we have a quintuple, as Memeristor points out. So we get 6, 7, 8, 9 in the column. And I
In
know where the 9
fact-
goes, because the 9 definitely doesn't go on the arrow. And so the 9 goes in row 9, column 5.
Nice. And there's a 9 in one of these cells. And it's not this one because of this arrow.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yep,
That's
very
cute.
good point. Yep. So 9 in one of 2 places in box 4. Also, row 7, column 4 can only be 1, 2, or no, it can only be 1 or 2. Has no other options.
This?
Because because look at the arrow that's pointing at it.
Oh.
See, it goes through a 6, 7, 8. And so that's
It
a
could be
7, 8,
8.
9, actually. And it can only be a 7 or an 8. So row 9, column 6, I'm talking about. Yeah, that's huge.
Oh, wait, that is very big.
Yeah, fill in row 9, column 6 first, and then do that. So this digit has to be 7 or 8. It's the only things it can be. So row 8, column 5 can't ever be 8. Is the point. And now let's go do this thing.
I like Tristan's spot as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that
So this
1,
is
2
a 3
pair
or a
is
4.
huge.
So
So
this
that's a 1 or a 2.
right.
1, 2 here in the row now. As well.
Yes.
And there's a 7, 8 pair in column 6.
There is.
I don't know what that does, but
I know what it does. Where's the other 1, 2 in column? Oh, wait, could that? Sorry, I'm now second guess. I was convinced row 6, column 6 couldn't be a 1 or a 2, but now I'm not so sure. I know that it's not a 1 or a 2. I think it might be able to be a 1 or a 2.
surprisingly, yes, I think it could be. Although one of the two cells in column 5 is a 1 or 2. So then it kind of marries up with the other one that is in column 6. Whichever one it is, it's not in the other box.
Yeah, I was hoping to say it had to be in column 6 in box 8 so that we'd have a virtual 1-2 pair so that we could say, that has to be a 3 or a 4, but I don't think it works, sadly. Let's see.
Oh,
Oh, that is awesome.
Chris. Oh, but Jay has a point as well.
Jay's point is very smart. Jay's point is
Chris's point is also cute.
that if row 5 column 5 is 4, you just can't place 3 in box 2, which is very nice.
Both sums need a 3.
Yep. And so yeah, that'll give you 2 3s that look at the only 2 spots that are allowed to be 3, which is very cool.
Oh wow, that's very cool.
And then along with Chris's point, we get that row 5 column 4 is a 3. Right? Or wait,
well, yeah, actually,
so purple is a 1. Let's do that. Purple is 1 first, and I think that will make it. I think that will obviate the need to add a bunch of cells together. So that's a 2 and that's a 3, and now we don't have to think about it. Sorry, Chris. And so
nice point, Chris, but it's null now.
And let's fill in that row 6 column 3 now can be at most 5. Because it's part of that arrow in row 4 column 5.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Yep.
Nice
Wow.
So yeah, so it's small and it's not a 2.
Oh, could that be 3 cells though?
Oh, it could be. But it's still at most that, because even if you add an extra cell, it's not going to let this be bigger. Yeah, so that is worth marking because we're just looking for quintuples. I think is the name of the game in town.
3 in box 2 is apparently placed now.
That is true.
So that gives us a 1 and a 4 and a 2.
Yeah,
and a 2 and a 1.
Oh, that fills in
4, 5.
That fills in row 8 column 5 as a 6 because of the arrow.
Are we sure? Oh, right. It can only be a 6 with an 8.
Yep.
Very nice. So that arrow's done. We can fill in the 7 and the 8 in box 2, as well as the last 4, 5.
The illegible cell, yes.
Yep. Yeah, the other cell is a 4, 5.
So that's 8. So that's 5.
So that's 4.
That's 7.
Okay, so that's not a 5 anymore. And the sum
definitely
definitely
does
extend. Yep.
Cool.
So that's a 1 or a 3.
Yes.
Oh no,
Which
it could be it's a 3. Yeah. So I was gonna say it could be a 2 technically, but as I was arguing that, I realized there's a 1 and a 2 in the row, so that in fact is a 3 with a 1 in between. Very slick. Let's see.
Oh yeah, we come back to column 6's to there we go.
Oh, the 3 is placed in column 6, which is going to place the rest of column 6 because 3 only has 1 place, and so that's the other one.
That's a 4.
Excellent.
5, 7 left in that box.
Excellent. Left in column 4, we then have 6 and 8.
Oh, what about row 4, column 8? It has an arrow and it's seeing a bunch of stuff. So I'm sure we can get something on that.
Let's see. It could be
a 3.
Could be 3. It could be
4 or 9.
But
it
not
can't
9.
be a 9, so it's only 3 or 4.
Huh.
Fascinatingly. Let's see. Yeah, where are 1 and 2 in row 3? They're a hidden pair. So that's a thing. Whatever
5.
it wants to be. 5, excellent. using Mark has ruined my ability to even begin to conceptualize what the digits are from 1 to 9. Let's see.
So we're being pointed out this digit is at least 5.
Yep. It's only 5, 7, or
Ooh.
8,
And
which means
that
that
has
that digit.
That digit is low. It's
Oh, that
7.
digit can't be a 9, right? Or an 8.
That's 7
So
or
or-
below.
and so it has to be a 7
Yeah,
or a
it has
6.
to be a 7.
Can be 6, I think. And so that digit
Oh,
there is going to
yes,
be a
yes.
1 or a 2, and that digit has to be a 5.
yeah, this is a 5 with a 1 or a 2.
Yep. Very smart spot from chat.
Oh, look at row 7, column 3. That
And
sees 3, 2, 1, and 1, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and
I
5.
call
Five.
something a naked quintuple, and then Jovi complains
So
that it was
this
really
is
a
a-
hidden quadruple, and then I call something a hidden pair for her, and then she complains I should have called it a naked single.
So this is at least
Can't win.
6. So this can't be 6. Oh wait, it could be.
Mhm. Oh crap! Yeah, it could be.
I'm sure that is the bait. Yeah, that could be a 6 with a 2 and a 4 or something like that. In fact, that seems likely because it would resolve the 3, 4 that's at row 4, column 8.
So this is
3 is placed in box 9 just by Sudoku.
So it is, which resolves that 3, 4.
Excellent.
So 4.
So
okay.
now that makes it harder for this to be a 6, but it's not impossible. Oh no, it is impossible because look at row 4, column 2. It can't be 1, 2, 3, or 4. It's at least 5, and
Oh.
so that does it.
1,
So that's at
2,
least
Finally on
5.
the
So
column.
that makes row 6, column 4, and 8.
4. Yeah, so this is at least 5. So this is definitely an 8.
Yep, and that's a 6. So now it's at least 7, and it's not 7 actually. It's actually. We broke the puzzle.
What?
No, 5 and 1 works.
5 and 1. Still
Oh,
gets
5 and
us
1
to
works.
8.
Right. So now it just is a 5. Right. Sorry.
Yeah, we forgot about 5.
5, and so this
No.
is a 1 to make the sum.
I have a habit of that, admittedly. 5 is placed in box 1.
5 is already in box 1.
Oh, there's only one other spot that could be a 5 in box 1, though. So I think we should mark that.
Many people have pointed out 9 in box 9 is placed.
Yep. Agree.
Uh,
There's 9s in both column 7 and column 9. Okay.
Oh, the 8 in box 6 points down,
Oh,
which fixes the 8 in box 9.
that's very clever. Good spotting.
it's been pointed out by chat that there's actually no way for this to be 6.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it can't be 611, right?
So it has. Oh right, it could just
Could
be 8.
7. Yeah, it could be 8 or 7-1.
Right.
Uh,
It'd be nice if it was 7 because then it would fix that other arrow.
yeah, only 2 places for 6 in row 7, and I would really like to know which one it is.
Kyle says that row 7, column 9 is a 6, 7, which creates a pair in the box and in the column.
Also, we can place the 2 in box 6. Unless there's already one there, in which case I propose a second one.
No, there isn't. You're right. The 1 in box 9 is is in row 8, so it can't be 7, 1. It needs to just be an 8.
Ah, yep. Very clever. Very nice.
This arrow.
And so 1 is actually just here.
Oh yeah.
That's true. 3, 5, and 8 are left in row 4, but row 4, column 3 can't be 5 or 8, so it's a 3.
Row what?
4, column 3.
Oh.
I was looking at a
It
completely
can only be
different
3,
spell
5, or 8, but it can't be 5 or 8, so it's a 3.
Okay.
And then the row only has one thing left in it, and Meme will know what it is.
Oh, 8.
Excellent.
You literally just said that.
I suppose that's true. I
we
also
gotta-
named 5 as one of the 3 things missing from the row that had 7 digits in it, but we won't talk about that either.
The 3 is placed in box 6 as well.
We must just
Yep,
yeah.
yep, it is. Perhaps
Oh.
it is time to mark. It might be time to mark.
Yeah, probably.
Unless Meme wants to show off by knowing what digits go
No, it's
places.
okay.
6, 5, 3.
It looks like it's most resolved.
7.
4
it
in
seems
row.
like it's
here, and
mostly singles now.
5.
7 in row 5,
7,
column 1.
4.
3 in row 1, column 1.
6 here, 9, 6.
Now it feels like
3,
cheating.
7, 6. 7 here, 6.
And that's gonna do it. So yeah, so that's gonna put
So
a 1.
this is now a 1.
1.
Right.
And that does everything else.
Woohoo!
Joey says that's cheating.
7, 9, 4, 5, 7, 2. And the bet tree is
A 5, it looks like.
yeah, 5.
Congratulations to all the 5 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. How long has it been since the 5 has come up in the betting tree? I don't know. I have a database I could pull up, I suppose. Thank you, Jovi. That was really fun. I enjoyed
Yeah,
that. I
yeah.
liked the rule set a lot. The sort of like fake inside little killer is very cool. It's weird how somehow like making little killer even less powerful somehow makes it more fun.
It's more tangible this way for some reason.
Yeah.
The fact that the sums have to be single digit, I think, helps a lot.
Oh yeah.
Let's
Very
see.
nice. So I think we're going to take a quick break and then come back with more puzzles.
Excellent.
So we will be back soon. Welcome back, everyone. We
Let's do it.
Yeah. We are doing this insane super rabbit J-Dire deconstruction.
I like how at the top of the screen it just says Untitled by Satan. That summarizes what's going on right now.
So this is a secret Santa puzzle for
It's for
Wisteria
Wisteria.
Falls.
Yep.
By Super Rabbit.
Yep.
So to attribute it. So who wants to explain the rules? And then who wants to explain why the 9 cells are all parts of regions?
Well, we have 9 non-overlapping 3x3 square regions within this puzzle that contain digits, and other cells don't contain digits. But we have to find where the regions are. This is known as a J-Dire deconstruction. Digits don't repeat in rows or columns.
And then I originally somehow thought we were shading and unshading stuff on the inside of the grid, but no, it's just referring to the
No,
clues
it's
that are.
so.
Yes.
Thank God.
So unshaded clues. So these clues
The first
give
ones,
the
yeah.
sum of the first 2 non-empty cells in that direction. And a shaded clue in a row or column, it gives the sum of the 8th and bth cells from that direction, where A and B are the first 2 non-empty cells in that row or column.
The 8th and bth cells then must not be empty. So that seems important.
So this should be fun.
So there's a secret to these puzzles, which is that there are 9 cells which are always parts of regions. So Tristan can fill in the 9 that are always parts of regions.
The way I like to explain this is just if you packed all the regions into the top left, and then you tried to slide them all over to the bottom right, you would still have those cells in those regions. So if you just try to do that mental exercise, like as far as you can do it either way, they're always going to just be there so that you can't not have them in. It's just impossible to do any other thing, really.
Olima asked, a few people in chat ask if the 8th or bth cells can be empty. Both the 8th and the bth cells must have digits in them. That's in the rules.
Indeed. Well, that's it. That's my contribution. That's the thing I saw.
Right.
I was hoping that would be somehow useful.
I love the what is that? Greater than or equal to 9 clue. Like you couldn't even just give us the value.
The number greater than or equal to 9. And I also love that greater than or equal to 9. Yeah.
Yeah, or equal. So these are all very middling totals.
The question mark clues, I suppose, only tell you that those cells are none empty.
Right. Okay, so the thing that we know about deconstructions is that so whenever you get deconstructions with indexing, the most important thing to think about is the 10th and 11th ones, because those ones can't be indexed.
Makes sense.
So we can't go too far over, but I'm not sure how that helps here.
Yeah, I was trying to think, like, is there some combination of rows and columns where we can use the fact that their sum is at most 45? Is there anything where we could prove that its sum had to be? But then I realized that all that giant row of stuff in the A plus bth, all of that is really for not stuff in the first few rows. It's for stuff indexed by stuff in the first few rows.
Isabella just got a feature on Simon just now.
Oh, congratulations, Isabella.
Let's go.
Fabulous. That is very cool.
Oh, should we pick a bet tree?
Oh yeah, we probably should pick a bet tree.
Has anyone done this puzzle?
Micro said that they found 3 boxes and gave up, so that's reassuring and comforting. Oh,
a hungover feature as well.
Oh, excellent!
Congratulations.
Excellent. The A plus B DWeb is just telling you what the rules are.
Yeah, it's just saying that is the first 2 cells are A and B, and then the 8th and B's are the indexes.
J. Dyer pointing out the cells containing A and B are always adjacent. That's true. The unshaded one is just giving you the sum of the first two cells that have digits in them. DWeb.
Yeah.
So the unshaded one is kind of like an X sum, except X is always 2, and you don't read X from the grid. It's a 2 sum, I suppose.
Okay, so
Yeah, the 13 does at least say that the first digits in that column are relatively big. Yeah, the unshaded A plus B is just, again, indicating what that does, which is to add the A and the B.
It's just a reminder of the rules.
I mean, the greater than 9 says that there is something in the first row, so we know at least one of those regions goes up.
Mm-hmm.
And likewise, we know at least one region goes to the last column.
Right.
Is the fact that those are both 10 somehow interesting? Like, does the fact that those are both 10 tell us that all 3 have to go to the right or something like that? Because like I'm trying to figure out like because it's 2 different 2-cell 10 sums, and I'm trying to figure
Right.
out if that. I mean, that at least means 2 of the 3 have to go all the way to the right. Right, because I can't fit.
Oh,
They can't be the same 2-cell 10 sum because they
10,
can't.
10 is a very interesting number. I don't know if you remember, there was I think it was like a numbered rooms maybe or something that Kagisho and Kodak did around the number 10. 10 is a very interesting number in terms of like when you have 2 different indexing thingies summing to 10, it does weird things. I can't remember exactly what it was, but this might be something we should investigate.
Yeah, I think that's the thing to investigate. So I think
'Cause
at
there's 3 of
least
these,
2 of
yeah.
them need to go right, and maybe all 3 need to go right in order to make this work. Because like imagine that the first 2 things are 3 and 7 in the column. In order
Right.
for them to be 3 and 7,
Then the
I guess the
third
3 could be
cell.
indexing itself.
No.
And then the 7 would be down there. I guess that doesn't quite.
No, that doesn't work because then you'd repeat the 7.
Yeah, you would have to have the 7 twice. It would have to be in the first 2 cells and in there.
Right.
If the 3 is
so-
indexing itself, you need 2 7s in the row.
Right. Okay. Column.
Oh, wait.
I was looking at row 2, but
so does it have to be 4 6? I don't know. I'm not even necessarily convinced that 3 7 doesn't work. Am I? Is it impossible that it's 3 7 regardless of where the 3 7 go? It's maybe impossible that it's 3 7 regardless of where the 3 and 7 go.
We should think about the first 2 numbers though, because the first 2 numbers, like you're saying, 3 can't index itself because then that wouldn't work. But even like if you can't have a 1, obviously, because that suffers the exact same problem.
Yeah, so it can't be 1 9 because the 1 will definitely index the 1 or the 9, and that's a problem.
well,
So
Lance Reddick died. That creepy guy from Lost. That's sad.
Which creepy guy?
the Russian one?
No, the African American one.
Oh, that's a shame. He cannot have been that old.
I don't think so.
He was in like everything J.J. Abrams ever made. But yeah, 1 9 at the top is impossible. I believe that. Let's see. And Jay Dyer points out 2 8 at the top is also impossible for the same reason, because the 2 8 would definitely the 2 would definitely grab one of the first 2 digits and can't do that. So it's either 3 7 or 4 6.
And if it's 3 7, it needs to be in the first column.
If it's 3 7, like, are we looking at row 2 here?
Yeah,
row 2 and column 11.
If it's 3 7, these exactly have to be 3 7.
And so what we have to do is we have to look at row 2 and column 11 together is what we have to do. Column 11, because they can't both be 3 7 and they can't both be 4 6. So one of them is 3 7 and one of them is 4 6.
They could both be 4 6 though, couldn't they?
Oh, maybe they could both get away with being 4 6. Maybe that's possible.
Well, we haven't investigated 4 6 very much, but we know that 3, 7 needs to be at the edge, I
Right.
think.
So they certainly can't both be 3, 7.
And there's
I think
also
we agree with that.
that other column that you highlighted, which would also need to be.
Oh, right. Yeah, I didn't even see that one.
So 2 of them need to be 4, 6, right? 4, 6 needs to work somehow. Huh. The 4 and 6 are much less constrained.
yeah, the 4 and 6 seem very, very wibbly wobbly.
Oh yeah, okay, so the green needs to go up, right? Because
there's either a 3, 7 or a 4, 6. And the 4, 6 can't be in the blue region, is Jay Dyer's point.
yeah, right. Because
if
if the 4, 6, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if the 4, 6 was in the teal region, then it would index itself, and that's not good. So the green has to go up, is I think the point. And I think the same is true of pink going to the right, because it's either 3, 7 or 4,
Right.
6. And so pink actually has to go all the way to the right.
Yeah.
In order to contribute either the 3, 7 if this goes all the way up, or the 4, 6 if it's a 4, 6.
Okay, and then Jay Dyer says green also has to go left, which is correct, because if green didn't go left, then I don't think you can put
Green
the
didn't
4.
go left. Yeah, it would have
Yeah.
to be 4, 6, but now it self indexes, and that's
Right,
bad
in the
for the
4th
reasons
position.
that we've just said.
Yeah,
Yep.
so green does go left.
Right.
At least one.
Yeah, at least once. And I think similarly, pink is going to have to go up at least once for exactly the same reason in column 11.
That's right.
Because if pink does not go up, then it must be 4, 6. But now the 4, 6 is indexing itself.
Oh yes, D-Web also said the same thing Jay Dyer said.
And the blue one now has to go left because something needs to grab the 10, 10 in column 5, and green can't do it anymore because green went left already.
Right.
So does that mean
That's
these are all blue?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm not prepared to say that yet, but it probably is true.
Yeah,
I think I'll be prepared to say it in a second. Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah. Cute. Now this 1111 is concerning to me now.
So yeah, so the 1111 has to come from red, presumably.
Yeah, red or purple has to somehow help this 1111 meet its goal.
Purple could do it, right? Yeah.
It has to be a 5, 6 for sure. Because it needs to self-index. There's no way it doesn't.
Could it be a 5 and a 6 in rows 5 and 6?
I think it has to be.
Yeah, because it can't have a 1, 2, or 3 in the first 2 cells, because that would reference something where we know there's not a cell. Because you can gray those cells now. Those cells do not contain digits.
Thanks to MicroStudy, I don't actually have a gray.
You do in a different palette, right? Oh, you can make it
black, yeah, black will work.
Yeah, I think that's more like a kelp, but I guess it's like black greenish. Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, so
must have very different monitors. That is definitely black to me.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's black to me as well. So does that mean these are red and they are?
No, because that's the 4th. That's the 4th row. It needs to be the 5th and 6th.
4th. So these are red and they're 5 and 6.
Why couldn't they be purple? And why can't it be 4, 7?
If it was 4, 7, then it would index itself.
What if it's a 4, 7 that's in the 5th and 6th row?
Then it wouldn't.
Oh, because then the 4. Okay, it's because the 4 would now have to. Now the 4 would have been the thing that we counted, and we didn't count it. Okay,
yeah.
Right. Okay. So yeah, it is a self-indexing 5 and 6. There's something there. Those 2 cells are a 5, 6 pair. We don't know what color.
Yeah, we don't know if it's.
Actually, it can't be red. If it's red, how is our 10, 10 in column infinity working? Right. I don't think it's possible that it's red. Because that
Right,
would
green-
rule red out of all of that would rule digits out of all of rows.
Oh no, it works because you can get to row 7, and we can do a 3-7.
All right, we could do a 3-7. Okay, we can just do it.
Yeah, if we take row 1,
Yeah, then we can
Yeah.
do 3-7, and then we can
Then we
get 3
can-
and 7. Darn it, I felt good about that one too.
then we could do a 3-7 here, and
Yeah, so that is the point. Yep.
How are these 4-6s going to work in the 10s? It feels like there's too many 4-6s.
Let's see.
Does the second cell always have to be a 4 or 6? It does have to be, right? Just the second cell from the edge.
I don't.
Because
think-
either it. Oh no, because it could be a 3-7. Sorry, my bad.
Right.
Sorry, I'm trying to conceptualize something.
So I think what we know is we know all of these second cells, they're 3-7 or 4-6. So you could fill 3-7, 4-6 into a few different cells on the grid.
That could maybe help because they're lining up in that row
Right, they
2.
do line up in row 2. So the second cell in each of these clues is a 3-7 or a 4-6.
are we talking about these?
Yes, I
Yes.
think those are all 3-7 or 4-6. Because we said no other 2-cell 10-sum works. And so, as Memeristor points out, they have lined up in this row. And what cells are they actually in? They're in the second cell, the 5th cell, and the 11th cell. So I think that says the indexed sum is not any of those, I think is what this is saying, right? In row 2. Because none of those could possibly be part of a 2-cell 10-sum, I don't believe.
No, because row 2 has four of these
Oh.
already. Because
Oh,
one of sorry, I'll draw. One of these
And-
cells will be 3-7 or 4-6
And
to
this,
pair up with the other one.
is that the 7th column that we have blackened? What column is it we have blackened? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Eighth.
6,
It's
7.
the eighth.
It's the 8th. Well, that's unfortunate. If it was the 7th, it would help. So
row 2, column 2 is not 3 by the 13 clue. Yes.
Oh, that is huge.
that is huge. Yep. So that's not 3.
Oh wait, not that huge because it could be. That's not as huge as I thought it was. Sorry, overstatement.
The J's both saw that.
Funny. Yeah, I thought it was the same person, and I was like, why did they say it twice?
No, it was J and J.
Of course.
Popular Sudoku names. Is it interesting at all that there's a no, it can't be. I'm looking at these columns where there's an indexed sum of 4, which has to be 1 plus 3, and trying to figure out if there's any way that it's useful to know the indexed sum is 1 plus 3 in one of these columns. And I don't know that it is.
Well, it's kind of useful here because if this was a the cyan one can't be 3-7 because then that would interfere with the 4. Oh wait, no, that's the AB.
Yeah, it's the 8th beef one, sadly.
That's not interesting. If it was here, if it was in the
yes,
AB,
if it was there, that would be incredibly
would be
useful, wouldn't it? It's almost as though it's been conspired to make these things not useful. And of course, the 5-6 that we know about are in like rows that have no clues that we could possibly use.
Yeah.
Olima has a point.
We know that row 4, column 8 is black because the 5-6 have to be the first things in the column.
That's true.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Olima's point was what I was saying before. We have a virtual quadruple in row 2. but I'm not sure if we can use that.
Yeah, 3, 4, 6, 7 are limited to these cells.
Well, that means the 10 sums can't be 3, 4, or 6, 7.
Right. It's
So
got to be
either-
1, 9 or 2,
right.
8.
I'm not sure how useful that is, but
Yeah, I said that before, but it did not spark anything in my mind afterwards. I mean, we could highlight the two possibilities. Highlight the 3 and 7 cell in the row. In row 2, Tristan. So
like
if it's
this?
3, 7, those two sum to 10. And so in order for that to work, green has to go left and blue has to go right. That's one possibility. Or it's the 4th and the 6th, which are those two. So that, what does that even look like? I'm not even actually sure if I know what
There are
happens
2
in that
ways it could
universe.
go.
yeah, it doesn't need to go either way.
Yeah,
right?
I
Green,
think
green
so.
could take it, or teal could take it.
Yep. So is it useful to fill in that those digits in pink are not 3, 4, 6, or 7? Is it useful? No, not remotely, because those again are indexing clues. I mean, it doesn't hurt. There's only 5 options that aren't 3, 4, 6, or 7. Hey, Fuchsia. It is true that we know that row 2, column 6 is not 3, 4, 6, or 7, so that one of the digits in the foursome is not 3, 4, 6, or 7. That does leave a lot of options, though, unfortunately. I mean, I guess one thing it tells me, going back to Memeristor's point earlier, it tells me the 1 and 3 in this column are not in row 10 or 11. So maybe that's somehow useful.
If row 10 and 11 were clue, it would be.
Yeah, if only I was looking at the other, like the other 4, actually, the other 4 might potentially be useful to know that the 1 and the 3 in that row aren't over there.
What column is that?
What row is that? Yeah, that's an interesting question. What row
It's
is
the
it?
7th row.
Interesting. Okay, so
Which isn't, I mean, if it was 3, 7 at the top, then it couldn't be a 1 there, but it could even be a 9. Like
ugh.
2 isn't 2 also? Oh yeah, it can't be 2. That's a good point.
Wait, what can't be 2?
Wait. Where does Alina said row 2, column 7.
They meant row 2,
row,
column 6.
he did mean that, but both apply. Neither of these can be 2s because they would be self-indexing and wouldn't work for the sums.
That's true.
That's true. Okay, so we've got to figure out where 2 goes in this row. 2 also can't go under the 12 for the same reason.
Ooh.
And it can't go in any of these highlighted or any of the cells that are already pencil marked either. So 2 is in one of 4 spots. Is
It
what
can't be the first cell.
Can't be
I
the
agree
first
it
cell.
can't be the first cell.
Right.
If it was the 3rd cell, then the 7th cell would be an 8, right? Or
if it was that, it would be a 4, 6, right? No, it would be.
well, it could be a 4, 6, couldn't it?
Yeah, it'd be a 4, 6 or a 3, 7, where the 7th cell was an 8. Okay, maybe I don't know. I thought that was going to immediately break, but I
no.
don't think that it does. But 2 would be in the A plus B sum because it's self-indexing, is the point to Jay Dyer of the past before Jay Dyer understood this. But I wanted to address it in case anyone in
Right.
chat was missing it.
In column 3, right?
Yeah.
So you need a 9 with it. Seems doable.
Yeah. So yeah, I'd love to know that it had to be in pink, although I don't even know for sure what that would do for me, but seems like it would be nice, doesn't it? There's a similar problem with ones. No. Oh, maybe in row 1 there's a similar problem with ones, but that's not so exciting, is there? There's a similar problem with 3s in row 3, although a lot of these, I guess, maybe could be 3.
I mean, we don't even know for sure there is a one in row 1, for instance.
Right. But we do know
Oh.
there's one in row 2 and row 3, which is why I was sort of interested in maybe there's an extension of this, but it's not quite clear to me.
Yeah, I guess weirdly enough, 1 could go into row 2, column 3. If row 1, column 3 was something of substance.
Yeah, I guess so. We know, of course, a digit goes into that. It goes in that cell below the 5, 5, 6 pair. I can't imagine how it's useful, but there's a digit there. 4 and 6. There. I'm just trying to visualize where the 3rd and 7th and 4th and 6th cell are for each of these different 10 sums, and trying to see if one of them obviously breaks in some way that I have not thought about because I haven't actually highlighted the appropriate cells in my brain.
Column 11, I'm going to say J40's point out loud and try and understand it. If column 11 is 4, 6, it shifts red, blue, and purple all the way right.
Oh yeah, it does. It does.
So
Because it
we
certainly
would
shifts
need
red all the way right,
would
and then it
need
shifts
red.
purple all the way right.
And it shifts purple all the way right so that we can fill these
So you know
cells.
exactly what purple would look like in that universe.
Right.
Not sure about blue.
Well, we need.
Oh, if column 5 is also 4, 6, he's saying. Oh, which it would be because. Oh, okay. This is an interesting point actually, which J40 has glossed over, which is that column 5 and column 11 are the same because this
They
one
both
is
see-
vertical.
Right.
Or so it's horizontal. Sorry.
Right. That I had totally missed that, but it's true. Right. Those two are the same.
They're the other sum to 10. Yeah.
Right.
Not the same, but the same.
Yeah.
Is that a problem for the 13 clue we are being asked?
In column 2.
Oh, in
because blue wouldn't be
what the?
Sorry, I knocked the piece of glass off of my desk somehow. As happens. No one is dead. Don't worry.
Because if the blue region goes all the way to the right, then column 2 won't have any blue cells.
I just heard this giant crash from upstairs.
I'll fix it later.
Yeah, J40 has it. J40 has it.
Sorry.
It's okay.
One moment.
You can keep going. It's fine. I'm just picking up stuff off the floor.
Oh, God.
Say soap?
This doesn't happen to me. It only happens to you.
Well, it's happened like twice in 150 streams. I'll take it. Alrighty.
Zeta deconstructed his glass.
Yes, that is exactly what happened.
Okay. let's understand this point, because this is it. Meme, do you want to take this?
Yeah, okay, so in column 11 and column 5, we have the same sum. But if they're both 4 and 6, then in the 6th row, we need to have cells. And those need to be, in the case of the column 11, it needs to be red. And in the case of the column 5, it needs to be blue, because purple will have to take 5, 6 in column, what is that, 8? So all of those will shift to the right.
Yep.
Which will leave column 2 without any blue cells. But blue is the only region that can take row 6, which is a problem for the 13, because since the column 11 and the column 5 will be 4, 6, the row 2 clue, the 10, 10 will be a 3, 7, which will need a 7, 6 in the column, or column 2. But the 6th column, or the 6th row, can never have any digit in it.
Ah, wow. Yeah, that's complicated.
Wow.
I don't know if that's what's intended, but that's insane. I can't believe J40 saw that.
Wait, but that would but wait, that's the 6 thing. Why is Oh, right. It has to
Because
be
it
a
has to be
6 because
7,
6 is
6,
the
yeah.
number that 7 goes with. So it has nothing to do with the fact that 6 is part of 4, 6. That's just completely tangential to all of this. But the 6 is relevant because 6 and 7 sum to 13. Okay, got it. I am happy
So the
to go
point
with
is,
this.
these can't be 4, 6?
Yep. So
Yes.
they're 3, 7.
Because you get too much clutter in the 6th row is the problem. It's really weird.
This is very strange.
I think actually an easier point maybe is I think
I agree, Jay. I agree.
I think it maybe an easier point is that if red takes anything in column 11, then column 2 doesn't work, right? Or is that not true?
I think you have to go through the. I think the reason why it doesn't work involves this 3, 7 business.
Oh no, you could do a 4. Yeah, you could do a 4, 9 in column 2 and then have the 4th cell be green. That does work. Okay, never mind.
So cyan and pink both go all the way up.
Yes, yes.
Yes, because they can't self-index.
Right.
Gurian says, I believe Satan actually did make this puzzle.
And so you can fill in the 3 7s in the appropriate cells.
Right, here.
Yep.
And I guess you can get rid of a 7 from row 2, column 2.
Yep. And we now know blue needs to go left in row 6 because we need a cell in row 6. So that's blue.
Wait, is that row 6? Or sorry, wait, sorry. My bad.
Oh yeah, and
That's
then
row 6.
in column 4 we need a cell, and in column 6 we need a cell. So those are
We don't
both.
know what it is though, yeah.
Well, the one in column 6 we know what it is, right?
Yeah, yeah, true. Oh, and that can't be a 2, so that needs to be a 1, 9 pair. Because if it's a 2, then it's in the 4 sum, self-indexing.
Could it be an 8?
Oh, an 8. You're right. We already covered this case.
J40 is not sure about this.
No, you can't actually do that because it could be a 4, 9, and green could grab the.
Oh, in my brain it was the 4 6 sum was vertical for 10, but no, that's not how it works. Yep, agree. That was me misreading the grid.
So this is part of a sum to 10. These are a sum to 10. Yeah, these are a sum to 10, and these are a sum to 10.
Yep. Do you want to put like X's and O's in the grid for that? I thought that's what you would say.
I'm just marking them for my own, so I don't have to keep counting the columns.
Yeah, it is very difficult to count the indexing in this puzzle.
It's a little
no
unfortunate that I
numbers.
can't easily show the annotations on stream, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Circles
I
in
agree
cells
with
that are
Jay.
known to be in regions that I can live with.
It would be nice to have that indexed or
Yeah.
marked.
So these are, darn it, these are all in regions.
The
and
5,
the
6, and the
as
cell
well.
below it.
Oh yeah, the cell below it. This one needs to be in a region,
It's true.
and this one as well, because of the
Yep.
edge.
Yep.
Oh, and I guess
now
the same...
that forces
So if
two
this
more
cell
cells, right?
is in a region, it can only be red.
No, it could be
No,
green.
it could be green. But you do
Oh,
know that you have 2 more cells in this row that are in regions, because those first 3 from that side are all in a region. So now it continues 2 more. And that's going to tell us exactly which cells are in regions in this row. So that's going to be huge.
Sorry,
so
which
Tristan,
row?
look at this row. The row that
This row.
you needed to keep putting circles, because you put 3 circles.
You're talking
And
about row
then
7.
I have no idea what row this is. But
It's row
that
7,
row,
it's row
there are
7.
no markers or anything. So I have no idea what row it is. But the point is, you put 3 circles at the end, and there's 1 more circle. So you need 2 more circles.
It only goes in
But
multiples of
now
3.
there's 1 more circle. So there need to be 2 more circles. And now you have all of the circles in the row. And so those 2 cells are not in regions at all. The remaining ones. You can actually,
I can
have
just
black
black
for that.
them.
Yes. So that is huge, because it's probably going to tell us what's happening with the 4 sum.
This is now a 4 instead of a 6, because blue cannot go. Oh, no, it could actually. It could be a 4. It could be a 6. Ah, disgusting.
Well, we need something in this cell, don't we?
Not necessarily.
Oh.
That's what we keep...
no, it can't be a 6, 7 anymore, because there's nothing in the 7th row. So it has to be 4, 9. So we get our digit. That's a 4. That's the point.
Oh, this is
if
always
that were
a 4?
6, it would need a 7, and we can't place something in the 7th row. So that is
with
a 4.
9. This
it's
is
a 4
a 4
with a 9 somewhere. You can put a circle over the 9 while we do our digit dance for the 4. Thank you, Zach. Thank you.
So we need something in the 9th row here.
So yes, so something is in the 9th row, and so yeah, so orange goes there.
Yeah, this can only be orange now.
Right. And it's part of an 8 sum, and that 8 sum we know does not have a 4 in it or a 9 in it. So very helpful for our 2-cell 8 sum. Now orange can't take row 7, column 3, so blue does. J40 saw it at the same time I did.
Yeah. So this is blue.
Beautiful.
That's blue, right? And so now we know 6 cells that blue takes.
So these are all blue.
Yep.
And now we can extend.
And we know orange goes down at least 1 just because it has to. Otherwise, it's not going to get to its appropriate size. So
yep.
can
So
fill
these
that
are
in.
orange.
Yep, those are orange. That's right.
Extend purple now.
Purple, yes, purple gets to extend now over to the 5, 6. And so purple's going to finish.
So purple
is
now
done.
takes all of these.
Yep. So woohoo. And so red now we know at least part of the story about red.
It has to go all the way to the right, but I don't think we know anything more than that.
Well, we know it has to take those. Oh no, sorry, it could still be green.
Yeah.
Damn you, green. Let's see. Okay, well it at least feels like we've made some nominal progress. And we know there's a 9 in one of 2 places, so we should probably corner mark it.
multiple in chat have pointed out, this cell needs a color, and so it has to be green.
Right.
Right. That is perfect. Yep. And so that means we don't even need a 9 pencil mark. You can just fill in the 9. Gorgeous.
Here.
Yep. And you can blacken everything below green. Not further down than that, but those 2 cells you can blacken.
And this
above.
one.
All those, yeah.
Yep.
And this.
Yep.
And
And
this.
one
That
more.
one as well. Yeah.
Yep. So you can just turn those black. That would have been amazing, Jay. I would have loved that.
It's just equal to 9. Okay, so now the 4th cell and the 9th cell sum to 8. That's not super useful.
Agree. I don't see it as being immediately incredibly useful.
So
Oh,
this
what
is
about
part of an
this?
indexing sum to 10.
Yes.
But there's nothing to even say this couldn't self-index, since it's only a gray clue.
Right. Are we supposed to notice that the 13 clue in column 7 can't be self-indexing because it can't be 6, 7? So there needs to be another region in this column, I think. Because it can't be 6, 7 because it would go in purple, and purple already has a 6.
Does it need to be self-indexing if it's only one region?
No, I was saying I think it can't be self-indexing, which means I think we need another region in this column.
Yeah, but we don't know whether that's...
I don't know which it is, but the fact that it can't be 6, 7 means that we need another one. Either blue or yellow needs to hit this column, I believe, in order for this to work, because of the fact that there's a 5, 6 in purple, and that feels deliberate.
Right. Okay. So I guess the way to say this is that this cell can't be indexed and this cell can't be indexed. So because there's a 5, 6 in purple.
Right. Exactly.
So then we only have one cell left we can index, so we need another cell in the column.
Right. That is right. Exactly. Yeah. So that is an elegant way to express my what I was trying to say. Yes. So 3rd and 7th. Okay, we got the 7th. Okay, and that 3rd. Okay, so I want to actually put in pencil marks in the 3rd and 7th thing in columns 5 and 11, because I think there aren't actually that many options. So, and the 7th as well.
Oh, so these?
So those, yes. So they're not 5 and they're not 3, 7 to start. So that only leaves 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 9. But the one in the row 3 can't be 9, which takes 1 out of the ones down there, at the very least. And now I just want to have those there because I keep looking at them and doing this math in my head a million times. So in particular, one thing that tells me is that that blue cell in the row with the 4 that you currently have, it's not 1 or 3, so it can't be indexed by the 4 sum.
So there's no 5 over there.
There's no 5 in either of those cells. So the 5 in the row is in fact over in the region that's unnamed. One of those 3 circles has a 5 because
just the
5...
2 circles, because one of them's in a 10
right. That one of them's already not 5, right? So one of those 2 is a 5. I can't believe I'm excited that one of these 2 cells is a 5 when I have absolutely no reason to care at all that one of them is a 5, but it feels important. So I'm pencil marking it.
Huzzah.
Huzzah, indeed.
Oh,
So actually, why don't we pencil mark those two blue cells?
we
I think we can actually pencil mark them very profitably.
we know this is a 3 or a 7 by Sudoku.
Right, we do know that.
Oh yeah, by leftovers. Yeah.
Yep. So so why don't you write in those first two cells in
These ones.
row whatever that one is. Yeah, the row with the 4. Because those can't be 1 or 2 because they need to index a cell.
Mhm.
They can't be 3 because that would
This could be 3.
Oh no, it could be. It
And
could
then
be
this
3 if
could
it's
be-
self-indexing, right?
This could index the 1 like 6 and 1 there. Could work.
So yeah, so I think I think that's fine. But they can't be 4. No, sorry, they could be 4, but they can't be 5. And then 6, 7, 8, 9, I think are all options as far as we know.
So these are 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 is what we're saying?
And 3. Yes, and 3.
Well,
Except one of them can't be 3.
and one of them can't be 4, the same one.
Yeah.
So these can't self-index is what we're saying?
No, the third one can't be 4.
Wait,
third
neither of
one
them can
can't
be 4, can they?
Actually, wait. If the fourth one was 4, it would self-index. That's definitely not allowed. And if that's 3, it puts a number that's too big over there. So that can't be 3.
That's not 3 either.
But I do think that the one that you take,
So
the other
this
one
one
that you
isn't
took 4
3.
out from, yes, that one's not 3. I think the other one can be 4.
No, it can't. It can't because it would index.
Oh, it would index
Yeah,
6, 7,
it
8, or
would-
9.
yeah.
Right. Okay, yeah. So right. So I think that is how that works. 6, 7, 8, or 9.
Oh.
Interesting.
So we can black these cells. Let's catch up on our blacking.
Yes.
Because these cells are black now.
Those cells are certainly black.
Not that one.
Yeah, not that one.
I'm not sure I get Chad's point.
So we had some place where 2 was super restricted before. Is
Row 2, I
it
think
any
was.
more restricted? Yeah, row 2, we had 2 being super restricted. So now actually we know another place 2 isn't because of the 9 in green. So yeah, look at where 2 can go in row 2. One more place is gone. So yeah, so let's just look at all the places that could be 2. Because previously it could have gone in lime green in that third cell, and it can't anymore because of the 9 being gone, I believe. Right? No, that's not how that works. Darn it, because it's indexing, not summing.
Oh, row 4. J Dyer and J40 have worked out that A and B for row 4 are 1 and 2 because they can't be 4, 5. Sorry,
Can't be 5,
yeah, they can't
6, 7, 8.
They can't be 9 because
is
9's in the
already
box.
gone, and 10 and 11 aren't digits.
3 and 7 don't work, or 3 doesn't work because there's a 3 in that box because of row 3. The 3 in row 3 has to go in there.
So not
Right,
3.
right. Okay, so yeah.
And
so
there's already a 4 in the box. So
Right,
these.
so it is 1 and 2.
That's amazing.
So
yep, that's very
this
cool.
one
Yep.
certainly is 1 or 2.
The other one has to be 1 or 2 as well because
Well, we
so
don't know
that
where
means-
it goes.
no,
No, we
there's
do,
a 1-2
because
pair. It says
if
that
it's a
there's
1-2
something in
pair,
column
green
1
has to go left.
because they're
Oh
just
yeah, it has to index the 1
Yep.
or 2. Yeah,
Yep.
you're right. Absolutely.
Yep, very nice.
Beautiful.
Uh,
Awesome spot, Jays.
And so you can
Yes,
fill in the 1 or
so-
2.
Yeah. And so
And the
cyan
6,
goes
yeah.
left.
Yep.
Yeah. We were doing too many things at once.
These are black.
Woohoo!
That's black.
Yeah. Row 2, column 1 is a 6.
Yes.
Yes, right. And there's a 3, 7 that goes in that other cell in row
Right.
3.
What? Which? Where? Sorry. Here?
There, yeah,
Yeah.
there.
That's a 3-7 because you need 2 3-7s in this row, and by Sudoku they can
Just
only
by
go there.
Sudoku, right.
And so the other 2 digits in this in this box are 5 and 8. Which knocks 8 out of that cell down below it for whatever that's worth.
5 would be an interesting one at the top because that would mean that blue has to go up. Oh, and
we get to.
oh yeah, that's interesting. Those have to be greater than 5, but they can't be 5 or 6.
Right. So
So
they're
these
from
are
7,
both
8, 9.
7, 8, 9, and they're indexing into these cells.
Right.
So yellow has to go, or wait, no. Green,
No.
stupid green. Green's
Green
always
is-
ruining everything.
Yes. Yes. I don't approve of Green's life choices.
So can we restrict row 1, column 4 at all?
It has to be at least 2.
Yep. Thanks for that. A plus B clue there.
Yeah, the very generous greater than or equal to 9 clue. I mean, it makes me pretty confident that that's going to be a 3 and not a 7 to make this work, but maybe it's going to sort it out the other way.
We do get a little more geometry here because
Yep,
yellow
good
takes
point,
at least
Todd.
this cell.
Yep.
On St. Patrick's Day, green is being a letdown.
Alas.
Can we think about these 2 cells? Because we already thought about these 2 cells.
Ah, yes, that's a good point.
So these index to a sum of 4.
Yeah, so we need to be indexing a 1 and a 3. The
3
3
can't
is
go in
certainly not in
cyan.
this box.
Yeah.
It's only in one of 7 other cells. But actually, sorry, it's not in one of 7 other cells. It's one of 5 other cells because it can't go in the 10th or the
11th or the 7th.
Right. So that's actually narrowing down the 3 a little bit, at least. Unfortunately, the 1 could go in the 2nd spot, for example, for all we care. No, it can't. Right, it can't.
No.
Because then that breaks it through the other way. Yeah,
So we do have to remember these are a sum to 10 as well.
Good point from LCJ.
And this 5, 8
LCJ has a huge spot. So
throw
LCJ's
3.
point is that can't be a 3, because if it is, it self-indexes and needs to go with an 8, but there's no way it could go with an 8 because we know where the 8 is.
Yeah.
Yep.
The 8 is not in the 5th or 8th position.
Yep. So that's a 7.
Yep.
That's a 3.
So now this cell and the other cell, which is indexed by 5 or 8, has to add to 11.
Yeah.
Can it be a 6? Because we can't index the 5 ever, right?
Right. So it can't be a 6.
So that's not a 6. Yep.
So.
And there's no way we can index the 8, so it can't be a 3. It can only be a 9, right?
Yeah, 3 is the same. Yeah, 3. We already dealt with that.
Yeah. Yep.
Wait, what?
So that cell, the one you have your cursor right over, it can't be a 6 because it would need to go with a 5.
To sum to 11.
It's the 7th cell, Tristan, is the point. So it's indefinitely included in the sum to 11. And it can't be a 6 and it can't be a 3 because those would require a 5 and an 8 respectively, and the 5 and the 8 are never indexed.
Okay.
Beautifully spotted, LCJ there. So that's a 9. And so the 9th cell is a 1 or a 3. Not a 5. So we've placed the 5 out of nowhere.
Wow. Abatuwila and I guess Tallcat have a good point about row 2, column 6. It can't be a 1 or 2 for reasons of the 4. So therefore, it has to be an 8 or 9 because it has to sum to 10 with row 4, column 4's digit.
Right.
So this can't be a 2. Oh, no, it could be a 2/8 sum.
It can be, but it has to be 2, then 8.
Yeah, so we know those are from 1, 2, 8, 9, but the point is we know that the 1 and the 2 can't go over there.
The 1 and the 2. Okay. So this is 8, 9, and this is 1, 2?
Exactly, yeah. Because of the 4 from column 6. So
1 is now
or a 2
corner
there.
marked in row 7 in a way that resolves some of row 7 because it's corner marked into purple exactly. Because that 6, 7, 8 hits exactly the 3 cells in purple. Does not hit the 1, 3 cell, which is the 9th.
How do we know it's 1 and not 3?
Oh, right. It's 1 or 3, right? So there's a 1 or a 3. Darn it. You're right. I don't know why I thought that.
Ah, this can't be 2 by the column clue.
Because it would be self-indexing.
Oh, self-index.
Right. That is the place we saw couldn't be 2 much earlier, and now it can't be 2. So it's a 1 and a 9. Good.
So,
oh, this becomes very interesting now because the 1 index is the thing.
And so notice the 9 indexes a 1 or a 3. So fill that in.
Here?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, so now where does that 1, 3 that you have highlighted go in purple? It goes in one of these 2 cells. So therefore, the indexing digit cannot be 6.
Correct.
This puzzle is insane. That break-in.
Actually, do we know it's the same 1, 3? Are we certain it couldn't be the other 1, 3 that's indexed? Right.
But then
Well,
it won't know
no.
where
I
to
mean,
go.
this cell has to go in purple.
Right.
So it definitely goes here. So it's not that
right.
one.
And it's not that one. It's not the 9th one. Okay, right. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, now 9 is in the 13 indexing because of the 9s in cyan and blue.
Yeah, so
The 9s here and here are looking here.
Yep. So one of those 2 cells is a 9, Tristan, is the point.
Sorry, one of which 2 cells?
The 2 cells in purple that are not seen by one of the 9s.
These ones.
Oh, these. Right, sure.
Yeah, one of those 2 is a 9. So now also look at that 1, 3 on the right. It also goes in one of 2 spots in purple, and those 2 spots give us candidates for row 1, column 6. Because that 1, 3 is in one of those, and it needs to be indexed. And so those are, what are they?
5 and 6.
5 and 6. Okay, so that cell's always a 5 or a 6. Seems relevant. Okay, so the 9th cell is in column with the 13 clue, whatever column this is. Is that column 7? Yeah, the 9th cell in column 7 has a digit in it. So highlight that. So that's circle.
Circle, yeah.
Yep. Now, is it possible the 9 is part of this sum? I don't think so, because I think the 9s are in the 5th and 6th row, and there's no way that the 9 is indexed. So this is not a 4, at least.
Ambrose, the rules call these shaded clues and unshaded clues.
So if you want to pencil mark that cell you just circled, it's certainly from 5, 6, 7, 8. Because it can't be part of a 4, 9 sum to 13. It is a part of a sum to 13, so it's got to be at least 4. So it's either we're either making 5 and 8 or we're making 6 and 7. And I think we said earlier we can't make 6 and 7, but I could be wrong. Let's see if I guess maybe we still can. I don't know.
I think those are the options. It's a little
4,
bit
5,
disappointing.
7, 8 for these.
Oh, 4 doesn't work because of the indexing. Right, of course. I'm dumb.
Oh yeah, this 4 doesn't
Yeah.
work.
7. Oh, 7's in the box. Oh my word.
Yep, 7's in the box.
Good.
Oh, wait. Okay, so this digit right here is the same as this one because these 3 do not appear in the first row.
Both 2 and 4 are in these cells, point out J. Dyer. So this isn't a 2 or a 4.
Yeah, that's a good point. We could limit this cell a little bit. There's no 1.
Yep.
We don't have Sven's help here, unfortunately.
Yeah, sadly, Sven has not learned the ways of these things.
This is important. This is important. Okay, so if row 1, column 6 was a 5, then there would not be any place to put a 5 in, I believe, row 3.
It
Because
couldn't go here because
okay, so there's a weird thing where if you look at the like leftovers of these first 3 rows, there's obviously 3 digits missing from the first row, right?
right,
And those 3
so
digits have to be the 3 digits in box 1. Box 1. So there has to be a 5 or an 8 missing, right? But if you had a 5 in column 6, then you would have both 5 and 8 in row 1.
wow.
Ah, yep.
Sorry, I've done a lot of deconstruction.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't have both. You just can't have both 5 and 8 in row 1.
Yeah, maybe, sorry, verbally, that's not going to come across to the viewers very well.
Just by law of leftovers
Yeah.
type thing.
Exactly.
So that is a 6.
And so the 6th cell is a 1 or a 3.
Yes.
Sorry, Tallcat.
And let's see, we need a 6
Hey,
in
Jacob.
these cells. So this isn't a 6.
So that's not a 4 at the bottom. So. Oh, and I guess we could get rid of one of these candidates down here. Column 11, yeah. 2 is it? Or no, sorry, 8. 8 would be the candidate we get rid of.
Oh, because that's one of the ones that's indexed by right, because that thing can't be 2 all the way over there now.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
this can't be 1, right?
No, that's
Right, it can't be 1 because we put a 9 in the row.
And this
It can be
can't
2
be
or 4.
6.
Can't be 6 anymore, I think.
we're getting close.
Wait, and this can't be 6 because no,
you just
I was
didn't put an
wrong. I
argument.
just
I saw that and was just waiting to make sure nothing errant happened because of that.
Yep.
Tallcat says that 2-4 has to go in purple somewhere.
Ah.
Impressive if true.
That is cool. Oh, so this cell right here, in column 5, it can't be 2 because there'd be both 2 4s would be looking at it in either that other 2 4 or in the row in purple. Does that make sense? Sorry. If that was a 2, then you'd have two 2 4s to put into
Well,
those
that's
6,000.
that's the
Right,
point.
yep.
There's a virtual 2-4 pair in this
Yeah.
row. So that's not a 2.
Hello, Glumhippo.
So that's not an 8.
I think we never got a bet cell because no one in chat had successfully solved the puzzle. Is I think the sad reality of what has happened to us. But glad you're not feeling glum. Do we want to pencil mark row 3, column 6? So we know it's not 1. I think it could be 2. It's not 3. I think it could be 4 or maybe 5. It's not 6, 7, and I think it could be 8, but it's not 9.
Super Rabbit set this puzzle, Jacob. Garion says row 7, column 5 is not 8 either, which would be great, but I don't see why.
So if this is 8, and this is 7.
Oh, excellent spot from Tallcat.
Oh, then where does 6 go? Yeah. This is the question. This is the same thing. Where does 6 go in row 7?
Yep, goes
Oh.
right there. Yep, very good spotting to Tallcat.
So this is not 8.
No.
Not if it has to be 6.
Oh, it just is 6.
Yeah,
Right.
it just is
Yeah,
6.
it just has to be the 6, right?
All right, and that means that's a 4.
Yeah.
Right. I completely missed that actually had real ramifications in the puzzle.
Now what?
No, darn it. I was thinking where I was going to know where the 2 is in row 2 now, but I think
Did your
I don't think the
monitor like
6 pencil
fall
mark
down?
white works with that. Now the monitor's still fine. It's just the desk part fell down.
Oh, well, your head's cut off, and I think it's because... Oh.
You're decapitated.
Oh no. I do agree my head is falling off.
Row
And
2, column 3.
I don't know how that happened. I can adjust my thing. Let's see.
Do
Possibly.
they?
No, you don't use the controls like you used to.
I don't just do that.
I
Won't
guess you
that be
can.
fine?
Sure. Uh, 5's in pink, and green has to get a 5.
Couldn't it just get it in
Well,
column?
green gets a 5 from one of these columns.
Yeah. Four 9 pair in pink, apparently. Oh yeah, there is.
Oh, yeah. How about that?
So then that's Screaming Ice Cube. He says also 168 triple in pink as well somehow. Oh yeah, where do 1 and 6 go in? Oh wait, but what about 8? I don't know if we can say 8. 1 and 6 definitely go in row 3. But oh, Ambrose apparently was helping with that. 4.
And the 2 is certainly in one of 2 cells in row 2, because we can pencil mark that, because there hasn't been a 2 appearing in row 2 yet. So you can say the 2 in pink definitely appears in one of those 2 cells.
The 2 in pink.
Yep, definitely. Excellent, excellent.
In
One of those 2, because they need a 2 in the row, and those are the only places they can go in the row.
I'm trying to understand Garian's point about this cell. That both options for this make this cell blue is what Garian is
I don't understand that either, to be honest.
saying.
J40 says something about. I'm trying
No,
to
row
read between the
7
typos.
Row
I
7,
think he's
column
saying. I think he's
4.
talking about column 4 instead of column 7. If they are 7, they index the same cell. Or maybe this cell?
Yeah, where does that go in purple, I guess, is so that is the 7-8 that goes with the 9 in purple.
If it's a 7, then they both index this cell, but 4 and 13 don't share any digits because you can't add to 4 and 13 at the same time with the same digit. That is ridiculous. Oh my word.
Run that one by me again.
If this is a 7, then the index digits in this row are 9 and 7, which it does index this cell. But this 7 also goes here, so that indexes this. So this cell is both part of a 4 sum and a 13 sum.
Okay, yep. And that's not going to work well. Okay, yep, very nice.
So this is an 8.
Setter's in the house. Hey, Super Rabbit.
Hey, Super Rabbit.
Hello, Satan.
Absolutely insane. So that's an 8, and the 8 looks up. And gives us an 8-9. And the 8-9 is going to be huge, because in purple now that's 8-9. So now we know another cell that has to have a digit in it. And so all manner of nonsense is happening now.
So this indexes. So 1 and 5, that just gives us a 7 here.
Yep. Gorgeous.
So blue has to extend up.
Indeed. Yep. And so grab the indexing on the 8-9.
So this now has to be yellow.
Unless
Can
it's
still
green.
be green.
Oh man.
But it has to be a 6 or a 7, and the cell below it also has to be a 6 or a 7, because they don't have to be a 6-7 pair.
Yeah.
Because I can't use an 8 or a 9 in the 13 sum anymore, so it is a 6-7 pair.
You can also circle
we can
it if you
circle
want.
it.
Yes. I am enthusiastic
Wait,
about circling.
someone says green has to go right.
Row 1, column 10. Wait.
What?
Oh, one of those 2 digits is a 9. That's the but one of them's not clued, unfortunately.
It could be a 4 and
The 8 clue.
4. Oh, if it is a 4, then red goes up. So green still has to go up.
Wow,
That's
that is a hell of a spot.
We get to put a 1-3 here.
So
that's a good point,
green does in fact need to do the thing, because
Okay, explain that to me.
So it's a proof by cases on row 1, column 10. So case 1, row 1, column 10 is a 9, in which case then green needs to go right, because we need something in the 9th row, and then green is the only man for the job.
Yeah.
Case 2, row 1, column 10 is a 4, in which case I need something in the 4th row, so count 4 down. So
And then
red
that's-
has to go all the way up, and now these circly bits need to be grabbed and can only be grabbed by green.
So green
Comes right at least one.
comes at least to this cell.
Yes,
Exactly.
and so therefore yellow takes those 2 circly bits.
Yes.
So we can get 6 cells, yeah.
Yep. Seven is placed in purple.
Yeah, 7's right there. So then that's a 2 or a 4 in the row, I guess.
Yep.
So let's see, we can do some blacking.
Hmm. Right now, someone, I don't remember who, mentioned that 5 in green was restricted to either column 7 or column 11. Now it needs.
Ah,
to
that was
be-
Afraid Not. I think a long time ago, Afraid Not saw that. Yeah, so green has to go over there.
So, yep.
Unless green takes the 5 that's in column 10, but even if green takes the 5 that's in column 10, it still needs to do this.
Right. That is a good point.
Yes. The 5 in teal resolves the 5-8 in light
Oh, yeah,
green.
it does. By leftovers.
Ah, because that...
That needs to be an 8 now.
Right.
Because it needs to be missing from row 1.
Right. So the cells in row 1 and row 4 are one set of the digits 1 through 9 is the point.
Yeah.
right.
And so therefore I can't repeat the 5 in them.
Oh, that was Garion's point. Ah, I finally get it now.
So now...
There's only a pair left in row 2 now.
So now this must be a 2 by column clue.
Right. Yeah. Oh, that gives us a 4 in its row.
Why is it a 2 by? Oh, because the 5th. Wait, is the 5th thing really a 9? The 5th thing's not a 9.
No, the 7th thing is a 9.
7th thing's a 9. So the 5th
Ah,
thing
thing
must be a
must be
2.
a 2 then.
the 5th thing. Okay, so therefore the thing's a 2. Okay, got it.
So that's a 2, and that's a 4.
Which makes
And
the 6 above
that's
it.
a
Yeah.
6.
Yep. And so fill in the rest of pink. It's 2 pairs.
Right. 1, 5, and 2, 8. Oh,
And
the 5. Thank you,
Excellent.
Sven.
Okay, and so the 5 in blue knocks that out. And so that's a 2 or an 8 left over in blue. The unmarked cell in light blue is a 2.
Right,
because
because
there's
the
an
8
8
below,
below
it.
it.
Yeah. So now at the bottom of the column, what is that, 6? It's 2 and 5?
Sounds believable-ish. Do we want to fill in dark blue now? Because it's only got a quadruple, and maybe it's a resolved quadruple somehow. So it's missing 1, 3, 4, and 5, I think. Those aren't 3 either, actually, because there's a 3-7 pair in the column. So that's a 1-5 pair with a 3-4
that-
pair. And that
that does
3-4
matter.
pair resolves the 1-3 in the row, which then resolves the 5 in the 1.
That's really cute.
Which resolves the 6 and the 5, and all sorts of manner of things happen. 6 in purple, Tristan.
Yeah, gotcha.
And then follow Sven into yellow. Okay, so what is left in the row with all of that nonsense? Whatever row that was.
This
yeah,
row?
So so what's left in this row? Let's see if that's probably going to tell us what the geometry is. So we're missing a 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Yep.
And I guess the last one's not a 7. I was hoping we were going to need a 1, a 5, or a 4, and it was going to tell us what happened to green, but sadly we're not so lucky.
Memeristor claims this is 1 or 4.
It's just what it sees
Oh,
in the
just what it
column in
sees?
its box.
Okay.
Sees 1, 2, 3. Doesn't see 4. Sees 5. Sees 6, 7, and 8, 9. Yep, it's just a 1 or a 4. Goes to 1, 4, doing 1/4 stuff.
Oh, yeah, they're going to taunt us with the row 1 clue.
Ah, yep.
Thank you, Caleb.
Nice.
I think that's resolving that deadly pattern.
Yep. Okay, so what is the 8 sum in column 10? It's not 1, 7 anymore because I can never index the 1.
Right?
If yellow went left, points out Garion, this column needs a 2 if it's got more cells, but there's already a
It can't,
2
and
in
there's
yellow.
yep.
So
Beautiful.
yellow does not go left.
Nice
Yellow
spot.
goes right.
Yep.
Apparently Kyle has a nice spot. He says, where do 1 and 4 go in yellow? Oh, that's the same spot.
Yep.
Nice Gary, then nice Kyle.
So that blackens the column to the left of yellow.
Oh, that's beautiful. Good job, Jadair. Where does 1 go in red?
Here.
Right, because it can't go
Yep.
in either
Yep.
column 3 or column 4 or column 5. Very nice.
And so row 4 is empty, and that's going to resolve pink. Because I'm not allowed to index the 4.
Yep. So...
Yep, D-Web saw that as well. So those are kelp, and the 4 can't go there, so that's a 9.
Kelp.
And so the 9th, highlight what the 9th cell is. So that one is being indexed.
So it's
So
either a 6
this is either
or...
a self-indexing 2 with a 6 here, or these are summing to
so
8.
it's not, so the sum has to be 2, 6 because the 5 is never indexed and the 1 is never indexed. So you can for sure fill in 2 or 6 in that green cell.
Right. Hey, Rat, thanks. Or Sarah, I guess.
But then we look at the 10 clue in the row.
Oh. A small thing, row 6, column 10 can't be a 2.
Right, because the 2 and the 6 are involved in this whole
Just in case it matters.
thingamajig. Yep.
So now this.
Seems like it can be a lot of things, but maybe it can't.
Oh, but this is part of the sum to 8. With
Yeah,
this.
it's part of a sum to 8 with a
Yes,
1, 2.
yes.
Okay, so this is a 6 or a 7. Okay, and that being a 6 or a 7 goes as a 6, 7 pair, which places 2 in green, which then makes
Wow.
that an 8, which then places the 6 in the column, remember, immediately, because now that's
Beautiful.
a 6. And
So-
now Sven up the rest of it.
Somehow we still don't know whether that's green or red.
So you can resolve the 6, 7 in yellow.
This is definitely red's
2.
2, because red can't get a 2 anywhere else.
Yep. Resolve the 6, 7 in yellow.
And then green can be extended downwards as well, because it doesn't have much room.
Yep. It gives us 7 in orange. So the 7th cell in the row is one of the cells that's involved in the 7 or in the 10 sum. So what's one is the 7th?
This.
Isn't that the 8th? That's the 8th.
Is it?
Yes.
It is the 8th. I'm sorry. That's
That's
my
the
fault.
So the other indexed digit is a 4. somewhere in the row, and there's not that many places in the row that can be a 4, presumably. Let's see. What is even left in yellow?
1, 4, 8, 9.
4, 8, 9. Huh? Well, that's not super exciting.
So 4 is not in green in that row.
Chad is concerned that you did not do the 2 in red correctly. I think you did, though, because there's only one place for 2 in this row after we've placed the other 2s to dweb.
Yeah, there was an 8, 9 pair looking at it.
Yeah.
Oh, the 1, 2 in green is resolved. Tallcat says that. By the 7 below. Has to sum to 8 with it.
Ah, right.
dweb was correct that I did not correctly justify the 2. It just happened to be right.
I mean, there were corner marks around that justified the 2. It was more
Yeah,
a
I just
question of
didn't
where the
say
corner
it
marks
right.
came from. Yeah.
Yeah. Usually it's box, but. Okay, so what have we not used? This other question mark we haven't looked at all.
Yeah, and we also have this 10 clue that we know involves this 6. So we have to place a 4 somewhere.
Right.
And this
Okay,
seems like a pretty good place for it. Now it can't be there because we already have a 3 in the row.
Yeah, that's what I'm marking. It can't be there. It can't be there. It can't be in the 4th spot because then
It would
it
not
would need to be.
It would not be able to index itself.
Yeah,
And
it would not. So
can't be in the 1st spot. So it is
I think
in
it
that
can
spot.
only be here.
Yep,
Yeah,
I
it
think
is
so.
there. Yeah, that's the only place it can be.
Beautiful.
With an 8 here, and this is orange.
Beautiful.
Yep.
That is a good spot for it. It's the only spot for it.
And so that 4 resolves the 1.
Oh yeah, it does.
And now what is left in this row of doom? Row 9 only has 3 digits left, and they are a 1, a 5, and a 9, I believe. Rather appropriate for an indexing puzzle.
This is the 1, this is the 9, and that's the 5.
There we go. And 8 right above it. There we go. Gonna
was-
chase all those through.
Strangely restricted.
And you can blacken right in those in row 9 and 10. The rest of it, because you know there's nothing happening. Kelping on up.
So these are black.
Yeah.
Yes. They are. What can that remaining orange digit be in column 3? Can't be 1, 2. It could be
It's
3.
the
or
other 3, 4.
Oh, is it automatically the other 3, 4? There's one more orange digit. Remember,
6.
3, 4, 6. So 3, 4, or 6.
So 6 is in one of these two because of 5th, 6.
Oh yeah.
You know, this is 3, 4, 6. Yeah. Let's see. This we. We need digits here because,
Right.
if this is a
that's smart.
2, it's indexing here, and that makes no sense. And if this is a 5, there is nothing in column 5. So this can't be an indexing digit, which means we need indexing digits over here. So orange has to come up.
Which means that
Excellent.
that's a 6 right there. It's the only place in the column.
Yep.
Oh no.
Disaster. So we've got a 6 and we've got a 3, 4.
Yes.
Darian
6 in the
says
column.
that this digit is a 9 naked.
Oh, is it really?
It's not a 1.
Not
Should it
1,
be a
not
4?
2,
Not
not
2,
3.
not 3.
If it were 4, that doesn't work.
Oh no, it doesn't
Right.
work. Yeah, yeah.
It's not a
Okay.
5 for exactly the same reason. Not a 6,
Yep,
7,
not a
or an 8.
5.
Yep, it's a naked 9. Yep.
Yep.
That's, wow. Okay.
All right, so let's fill out the rest of this orange. So we've got 2, 3, 4, 5 actually.
This is not 2 or 3. These aren't 4, so 4 actually is
4 is in one of those
somewhere.
two.
The sun came out. That's very nice.
I always
Oh,
appreciate a good sunning.
8 and 9 in yellow are fixed now by that naked single 9.
Yep. That's true.
Where does 7 go in this row? It goes here.
Good.
And 8 is placed in that row as well.
Yep. And this is a 2, 3, 4, or 5 that of those can only be 3, 4, or 5,
Mhm.
and not 5 either, so only 3 or 4. I've been staring for a long time at the fact that 4 in this column needs to go either there or in the cell immediately below it, and hoping that that does something, but it
So this can't
Thank
be
you.
a 5 because it indexes.
Oh, yes, good point.
well, that's going to resolve where the 5 goes, because the 5 now is corner marked in orange and it looks over, and that's going to do a lot of damage, I think. Maybe
Sarah
not.
points out that red needs a 9 and it can only go in row 5.
So now
Yes,
where does
there we go. That
you
is
got
the
a
thing.
3, 4, 5. So this is actually a 2.
Oh, that's true as well.
Yep. And so yeah, so red goes up and green goes up, and we have a square dance.
Why?
Because Sarah pointed out red needs a 9 and it can only get it in the upper row, not the lower one.
Very nice, very nice.
Oh, and it's actually placed. The 9 is.
This is always
yes.
the nightmare of anyone who's setting one of these puzzles, is that you get those 3 squares in a row exactly like that, and you try so hard to avoid having it happen, but inevitably it happens somewhere in the grid, and then you're consternated about it. And then streamers point it out, and then you feel bad about it. Let's see. So 6 and 3 in red are placed. The 6 first. 4,
So
yeah.
4, 5, 3, 4.
Yep, and that goes up. Or
Almost
you can
nice.
fill in these if you want.
3 and 4.
Should put down a bet tree real quick.
And these are 3 and 1.
Woohoo!
Ooh.
Nice puzzle. I'm glad I had help for that one. That one required much help. Was a toughie, but there was a lot of neat stuff in there. Mad is an excellent word for that one.
I'm glad we had the J team in chat. They came in
Yes,
clutch.
the J team did come through a lot in that one. That is very true. Alrighty, shall we take a quick break and come back and do something else?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
sounds
think so.
good.
Alrighty.
All right. We will be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We've got this puzzle by Trevor Tao that looks like a normal thermo puzzle, but isn't.
I mean, the thermos are normal.
The
No
thermos
Sudoku
are normal, the
required
rest of
should
the
be
puzzle
easy,
is
right?
not.
Yeah, so within the grid, every digit from 1 to 9 appears 9 times. And every row and column can contain all the repeated digits at once, but they still have to add to 45. So 9 times each per digit. Rows and columns still add to 45, but not necessarily boxes. And digits strictly increase along thermometers.
I think it says boxes have to from 7 to 45 as well, right?
Does it? Oh, yes. Sorry. It does. I just scanned for it 3 times and didn't see it. But it
Boxes
does.
do
In fact, boxes, yes.
add to 45.
Yes. Okay. So how on earth does one even begin to do this? We could good lift the 2 things in row 1, for example.
Can we?
Well, I mean, thermos work exactly the same as far as good lifting goes, because you can't. They're not
Right, okay,
slow
yeah.
thermos; they're still fast thermos. So I think 1, 2, 3 goes in the first cell, and so on. If I counted that correctly.
It's not 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 6 long. So
Oh, it's 6 long. I got 7 when I counted it.
Same with the thermo in box. 4 is 6 long as well.
I don't necessarily believe that 9 in row 1 is forced, because why does row 1 have a 9? We might be able to force it by actually contemplating what the sum of these has to be, because if you look at it, if we absolutely maximize the sum of those 8 cells, we're not getting anywhere close to 45, are we? Is the question.
Oh,
Well, if you maximize them.
if we...
Because we need to get to 45, and so we notice we can't have both an 8 and a 9 in the row, for example.
So what do we get if we maximize these?
7, 6, 5, 4 is 13 plus 5 is 18 plus 4 is 22, so 44. Max is 44.
So if you put the minimum on one side, there's no way you can get there, right?
I think that's probably the point. Yeah. So if
So
that's
if
a 4,
if this was a 4, so we get 10 in these cells,
and
now we have to make
22 at most in the remaining ones, right? For 7, 6, 5, 4. So yeah, that would have to be a 13 at least in the middle.
So we don't have this is not low.
While
The
you can
other
repeat
corner
digits
equally
in
well.
rows, you cannot repeat digits in cells.
That is true. That is very, very worth noting. And so that does knock up the thermo.
Right.
Because we removed that. So now that can't be a 5 and that can't be a 6. So now can that be a 5? Is 5 big enough? So if the corner was a 5, it would be at most 5, 4, 3, 2, which is 14 plus 22 is, oh God, it's exactly 36, isn't it? That's terrible. So I think it can just be a 5 as long as everything is maximized. There was a brief moment of terror when I realized it was going to sum to 36 and have 1 digit left, and it's like, oh no, the worst. So there's probably another thing. Oh, Garion says that being 3 would be too low. So that
then
would be
these would be
6 plus
6.
7 is 13 plus 22 is yep, that's 35. We need a 10. Yep, so that can't be 3.
Just barely, yeah.
Yeah, just barely. Yep, that is and so on the other side as well.
This is supposed to be. I think it said 3 stars in the bucket, so I'm not sure what the estimate's based on.
Perhaps we need to do set.
Right.
So what if row 1, column 3 is 5? Is that going to break the box? Because now this would be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We would need the remaining 4 cells to sum to 10. I guess I know a way to do that. Is the problem. It's irksome. We know there is a repeated digit in row 1 because there's not both an 8 and a 9. Is there a coherent way to ask where the repeated digit is? I do not know.
So if a bulb is 1, are we saying that's too small?
I think it would be too small, would it?
1 could go with 4, 5, or sorry, 1 could go with 5, 6, 7. So 1 could go with, yeah, so 1 with 5, 6, 7 would be 19 plus 22 is plenty.
Yeah.
I believe. So this one we can also good lift in the same fashion that we started with the other one because it is also length 7. Sorry, also length 6.
So this one's a little bit different than the other ones because it's completely
you
within our
skipped 2.
box. Oh, yeah, you did. So we can sort of think about the minimum sums, but then
Odd.
so
Well, like
this
if
can't
this
be.
is a 6, then these add to 21.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's... You can still easily...
Can you? I don't think that works because then you can't do 7, 8, 9. That's not going to work.
Well, they don't have to all be different.
But if you do 9, 9, 6 for example, then you'd have to put a 9 partially along a thermometer.
Well, yeah, these can't be 9. So you can only have one 9.
But you can't make that amount if you don't use at least one 9, right?
That's true.
Not without repeating a digit, which you can't do along the thermo. Because you can't
Right,
do
so
888, which would normally be the way you do it. So that can't be 6.
I think that's all we get.
Sadly, this puzzle doesn't work like that, Jaleb.
One in row.
I'm wondering how on earth we're going to use this, like each digit shows up exactly 9 times.
Yeah.
Like it seems like it's going to be messy, but who knows what is exactly going to happen.
Like, do we already need to start thinking about that now? Like, do we have to compensate the 9s or 8s or something that'll be lacking in row 1?
Yeah, that's the sort of thing I was trying to figure out was like if somehow that was going to be relevant because we do know, yeah, we're missing a high digit in row 1, so thinking about exactly what that would mean, but it doesn't feel to me like that is going to be a humongous problem, but who knows. It's not a Sudoku, Jaleb. But I appreciate the enthusiasm. Let's see. Yeah, this is quite a mystery as to what we're going to do here. We've got all these length 5 thermos. Let's see, but they do have to sum to 45.
That's true.
I am mystified by what is going on here.
So
like it. Sorry, go on.
So can we find a place where, like, No, sorry.
And like in box 5, there's all these cells that are on the beginnings of thermos. So maybe those 4 cells sum to something fairly low, but there's still 5 cells to make up for it, is sort of like the sort of thing that my brain keeps sort of going to as I look at this.
I'm somewhat trying to think about the first 3 rows, because like it seems like those 2x2s will be pushed down, right?
I mean, they could be pushed down or up, right? And maybe if we actually like try and think about like, okay, what does the world look like where one of those 2 cells in row 3 is a 7? And
Yeah,
it's sort of like, something like maybe we can actually do more if we start thinking about either them together or something like that. That might get to your point that maybe we actually do need a bunch of low digits to balance stuff out or something like that. It's like if that's a 7, it would go 7.
It's really not that great.
Yeah, it goes 7, 6, 7, 6, 5, 4. Yeah, it's between row 1, column 2 and row 1, column 3 that we have sort of the possible jump based on the math of how this works out. Annoyingly, all of 1 through 9 are very plausible for row 1, column 5.
Yeah. So maybe it is somehow box 4. Did we dismiss it too early?
Whatever 3 digits we leave off the thermo in box 4, the sum of the 3 digits we put in those has to be the same as that. Which is interesting because you either have to sort of like tweak them or just use those 3 digits as is. So like you could use like we were talking about before, like if you leave 7, 8, 9 off, you could use 888, except you can't because of that thermo that's sort of dipping through it that's saying you can't repeat digits in one of those. So the fact that you can't repeat digits in those 2 cells means at least we're not doing like a triple. I'm trying to figure out if there's something that like happens that's interesting to note about how we have to perturb, or maybe we actually can't repeat digits in this box and that's what we're supposed to see. I don't know. I guess we could say if you do repeat digits, then it has to be, I don't know. We can throw down a bet tree. I suspect.
Yeah, I'm
Row 8,
guessing,
column 8.
Yeah, Anywhere should be fine.
And like those numbers in column 1 and column 9 are fairly large, but they don't seem like problematically large by any means. I wonder if Ranks did this one. I think Ranks often does Trevor's puzzles. So if row 6, column 1 is a 4, is that going to create a problem? I think it creates the same problem. Maybe not quite. Yeah. So then we'd be missing digits summing to 6.
It's
And
fine, isn't it?
And
it would have
these
to be
are
1, 2, 3 exactly.
4.
What do
Yeah,
you mean
it
those
would
are
have
at
to
least
be.
4?
What?
What do you
These
mean those
sum
are at
to
least
at
4?
least 4.
Oh, yes. So in that version, they would be either 1, 3, 2 or 1, 4, 1 would be fine. Yep. It's just 2, 2, 2 that's ruled out, which is the thing I'm trying to see if that being ruled out would do anything. I do not know.
This would always be a 1.
I am very confused about what is happening with the nature of reality with this puzzle. Like it seems like any of these things are just so plausible.
Yeah.
I'm like trying to think
to
now
milk
if it
some
like
kind of restriction out of this.
now trying to think like if we sum row 1, column 1, row 9, and column 9 all together, and keep in mind that it's 45 minus the corners, is that somehow? But I don't think that is a problem. Yeah, I agree, Jim. There's ostensibly a lot of degrees of freedom, so it must be the case that somehow thinking about all the rules together, there's a lot of degrees of freedom that are getting stripped off. Ambrose, I exactly thought that, but it's ruled out by row 1, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But that was my guess reading the rules, was that it would turn out that would be true anyway somehow, but it cannot.
Very unfortunately.
Yes, as much fun as that would be. Yeah, like maybe
Cat break anyone?
woohoo!
Woo!
Because maybe it's something like any box we don't put a 9 in means there's a box we have to put 2 9s, and maybe that's a problem or something.
True.
Like it feels like it doesn't quite reach the point where it becomes impossible.
I am
Kitty!
distracted by the cat.
Okay, Clark, please tell us how on earth do you do this puzzle?
Yes. Does the cat have any advice?
Look at it. He's not bothered by such trivial matters.
Okay, Screaming Ice Cube says row 5, column 9 can't be higher than 4. So we're 5, then the minimum sum of this would be 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8 is 26. Plus 5, 6, 7 is 26 plus 18. Is that what I'm at? 26 plus 18, it'd be 36 plus 8, which would be 44, and I need to make the remaining 2 cells sum to 1. That doesn't work. So yeah, so that's at most 4, so we can fill that in.
Oh, I can put my row column labels back on.
As Screaming Ice Cube says, the puzzle
puzzle
should just fall apart from here. That seems very very plausible.
I'm just confused how we're able to do anything but these very, very small little things.
Yeah, it does very much feel like there's supposed to be like a coherent thing that we're supposed to know out of all of this
Yeah.
information, right? But what could it be?
I don't know.
uh like this has the sort of Sudoku kind of vibes, and I know that took me a while for my brain to sort of wrap around it, but as Jim says, presumably if we look in the right place and ask the right question, there will be some deduction that we can make.
One would presume so.
I mean, like it seems completely insane, but we could at least mark the bulb of like these length 5 thermos being at most 5. Because there's a lot of length 5 thermos.
There are 2 of them. Oh, here's
There's
another.
one more at least.
So
Is
like,
row 5, is there any prayer that row 5 is interesting? I don't think there is, but I will ask just out of a last chance for hope sort of thing.
I mean, there are so many places you can't put a 9, but there are 3 places you can put a 9, so
This is like the worst game of Clue ever, Heliopolis. Coloring big, small would make sense, but there's only like the tiniest number of cells in the entire grid where I know if they're big or small. Yeah,
I'm a bit stumped.
so if we
I feel
repeat
like
a high digit, then we also have to repeat a low digit. Is that a
Somewhere else, yeah.
is
unfortunately, I think it doesn't quite work that way depending on how high or how low, because you could, for example, like repeat the 9 and then make up for it by well, maybe that is true.
No, that's true. Yeah, that is true. Because like, if you consider, because what you're really doing is you're changing one of the digits to be a different digit, which is either higher or lower, and the average is 5, right?
The average is 5. Yeah, that sounds right.
So if you repeat a high digit, you have to repeat a low digit to make up for that.
and if you repeat a low digit, you have to repeat a high digit.
So unless the repeated digit is 5, there's always like at least 2 repeated digits unless there's none.
So what's happening in row 1?
Well, row 1, we know we're missing a high digit. Does that tell?
Right.
Maybe that doesn't tell us what we want. Maybe we need to actually know something about what we're repeating, because we know we're missing an 8 or a 9 for sure. But does that tell us anything about what has to be repeated that would be useful?
Would that mean, for instance, that you have to repeat a 7 or something?
Oh, wait, or is it the other way around? Like, so because we're dropping an 8 or 9 in row 1, we have to drop either a 1 or 2. Something like that to make up for that.
Some like balancing. I feel like maybe box 4 is the easiest place to look at this, but then I also feel like we looked at box 4 earlier trying to do this exact thing and it did not work out super well mathematically. But maybe focusing on how many repeated digits and where they are is a good way of sort of mathing it out.
Someone said at some point that they hope that one of the boxes is just all fives, which is an interesting point. If you think about that as being like sort of the equilibrium state, and then each of the digits changing just a little bit more or just a little bit less from that. It's a very different way of
It's
thinking.
cute, though there is not actually a box in here that could be all fives, but
it would be delightful if it worked out that way.
I think that's the better way to think about it than thinking about the digits 1 to 9 and changing them. Is thinking about, okay,
Right,
these are all fives, and then we're changing them to be a little bit more, a little bit less.
Yeah, it's like every one you add to a digit, you have to take one
Exactly.
away from another digit or whatever. Memeristor is going to make a version of this where it just works out to be a magic square where like the center box is all fives and there's all ones and it just works out in that way.
The whole grid is fives. And then I'll submit it to your channel.
we always need an odd number of odd digits in a box.
Oh yeah, parity is a thing.
Oh, that's a very interesting question. Yeah, they're a very interesting thing. Yeah, that I had not really thought about that, but yeah, because the sum is 45, you do need an odd number of odd digits.
Modelers don't really play with their parity very well, though.
Right. That's the problem. What we really have is a bunch of 45 killer cages.
Overlapping each other.
Overlapping 45 killer cages.
Yes.
Yeah, why didn't you make the puzzle like that? It would have been so much more clear. Right, so if we, J40 says if we repeat an odd digit, we have to repeat another odd digit or remove an odd digit or an even digit.
But that does sure leave a lot of room. Like it would be nice if this would somehow let us conclude that there are 5 odds in every box, but I feel that's probably not the case. I'm trying to figure out the way in which the sum of the digits in row 1 is in any way connected to anything. Because I feel like row 1, there's a lot, we can actually sort of like imagine a lot of very specific universes of what row 1 can look like. And they're all plausible, but one would hope that they would break something else if they were actually connected to anything else. But like it feels like row 1 is so unconnected from, say, like box 1 or box 3 or column 1 or column 3 that it doesn't even seem clear to me that row 1 doing any of the things it could do breaks anything.
Maybe could we put in maybe like the 22s on both the thermos and then a 1 in row 1 column 5 and just think about why that works?
That is fair. Yeah, let's look at that. Can you do that, Tristan?
Sorry, do what?
Put a 1 in row 1 column 5 and then 4, 5, 6, 7 across the rows. Just so we can imagine like exactly what's happening here. And you probably should take I either turn it off or leave it on, I suppose. Totally up to you. But that is 45 for the row. And it would force 8 9s down the sides. We're just sort of here playing, trying to understand what the consequences of doing something like this are, because I really have no intuitive sense whatsoever of this. Because we've now got to have 4 cells summing to 10 in both sides, which seems somewhat restrictive.
Especially since, you know, that's at least 2, that's at least 4.
But the fact that this doesn't obviously break worries me a lot. Like, I feel like we must be missing something if we think this is plausible.
Yeah, I agree. Like, how does it, like, what effect is that on, say, just box 2, like repeating the 4. What do you, is it
What
that
does
you have
it
to
even
repeat
do?
a 6, or could you do something else? I don't think you have to repeat a 6. You could do something else, right?
Yeah, I think there's just a lot of flexibility when you're summing 9 total things, right?
Yeah. This would be maybe better as a 6x6.
I would like a 6x6 example puzzle, so I would have
Yeah.
fewer things to look at before figuring out how any of the logic works. What on earth is even like? I am very baffled by the fact that this is apparently a 3-star puzzle.
Let me double check that actually.
I don't
Is
know
it
that
actually a 15-star puzzle?
it did not have a listed difficulty.
Oh, okay.
There an LMD page for it? No, there was not an LMD page for it. See, Ambrose, I think it actually might be set of some sort. Like, I don't think it's standard set, but I think like actually one of the oddly more plausible things to me is that I'm supposed to take multiple things that add to 45 and then do something with the overlaps. Like maybe the fact that like those squares would add to 10 in that hypothetical universe maybe is somehow useful. But it would say something about like sums of overlaps or something like that. But if it's set, I don't think it's a standard set. Stripey Tristan is here to make the stripes. There's 1 vote for 4 difficulty and 1 vote for 5 difficulty, apparently. But yeah, it is true, as Tristan's highlighting, for example, those 6 cells have the same sum as those other 6 cells.
Right, okay. That's kind of interesting.
Something like that.
Yeah. But I wanted to like put rows and columns together, but they're it does not feel like the geometry is aligned to make that useful. We could highlight every cell in the grid that could be a 9. I mean, it's not ridiculous.
There's only 9 places.
There are a lot of them, but maybe somehow like the idea of putting too many of them. But let's make all of these yellow, for example. Just while we contemplate this. Let's see. Yeah, there are a lot of them, but maybe it's a small enough number that it could prove useful. Sadly, Tristan missed one in row 8.
He's doing his best.
Yeah.
Given the striping circumstances.
Yes. So, like, should we be asking ourselves, like, how many 9s can we really fit in each of these boxes, like, at absolute most? Maybe that is a reasonable question to ask somehow. But, like, it doesn't feel that hard to fit 3 9s in a box, right? 3 9s only sums to 27, so you would need the other 6 digits to sum to 18. I guess that requires them to be pretty low, but nothing
Untoward.
it doesn't feel impossible to me in any of the places. Like maybe, for example, box 1 can't have 3 9s because it would require the digits on the thermo to be too low, for example. But I'm trying to find something generalizable about like how many 9s you can put in a like row, column, or box or something like that. And of course, we could do exactly the same thing, but with 1s. But I can't imagine it's going to look any different than this in any significant fashion. But we do have to put 9 9s in the grid, so that is like one of the rules of Fight Club. So like it, I mean, there's only so many rules in the puzzle. One of them must be useful, right? Yeah, maybe so. So maybe you should really think about it. If we have to put 3 9s in a box somewhere, does that then we need the remaining 6 digits to average 3? Is that somehow possible? Octuple flippered mermaid. That is possible. Row 1 is so dispiriting that it works like every possible way. I really thought it was going to give us something, and then it very rudely did not give us anything. Yeah, Garion is talking about how, like, for example, row 5 has some digits that have to be low. Is certainly true. It's got like those. We've got like a bunch of things that have to be at most 5. And a lot of them being 5 is going to be very difficult. It's a secret German whispers puzzle. I do not know. I would like to see the anti-night part that is added or something like that. I mean, splitting into above 5 and below 5 is appealing, except I don't know what I know almost no digits in the entire grid that I know whether they're above 5 or below 5. It's really disappointingly few.
What does that really even do? Because, like, say you got 5 low numbers in a row, that still doesn't tell you anything.
Right. Okay, Chad is pointing out there's 13 thermos in the grid. And so we can maybe think about like the total 1s and 9s that you could fit on those, or like the total actually like any digit, I guess. But that 13 is still so many. But I guess for any particular digit, each of those 13 thermos has at most 1 of that digit on it. So at least -4 of each digit need to appear off of the thermos is the deduction that I am getting out of that. But maybe with some appropriate additional observation, it would help. So Garion points out that if you make row 5, column 4, or row 5, column 7, if you make them high, then that makes row 3, which already has a bunch of digits that have to be fairly higher. Let's goodlift, actually. Let's goodlift those cells that you have highlighted, Tristan, as well as row 3, column 2, just so that we actually have an understanding of how restricted this row actually is.
Oh boy.
I really only wanted this stuff in row 3, but we might as well do it now. Except that's not how that one works. It's 3, yeah. And likewise row 3, column 2, but you can only do row 3, column 2. row 3, column 2 is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Wait, what? Apparently, if you do the 9 thing with ones, you can get a digit in box 3.
What?
No way. Like if you highlight the places for ones.
Okay.
How can you get a
Does
digit?
does the person who's saying this understand that this is not a Sudoku puzzle?
Yes.
Uh,
Oh, maybe not.
uh,
I thought they did. Potentially not. I don't think they did.
there just have to be 9.
Oh, they forgot. Okay.
Okay.
That's fine.
Let us look at J40's point. So J40 is asking about the sum of the digits along these length 5 thermos in columns 4, 5, 6, it sounds like. Oh, no. Just the sum of row 4, 5, 6 of column 5, actually. So highlight those 3 cells. Yeah, let's highlight those 3 cells. Tristan.
Oh.
So just green those for now, because we need to actually think about this. And so J40's point is, if you look at the box, these 3 want to have a high sum because they want to cancel out the bulbs and of these thermos. But if you look at the column, they want to be very low because they want to cancel out all of these high numbers that we have. And so maybe what we actually want to do is we want to take box 5 minus column 5, and note that actually box 5 minus column 5 has the same sum. So if you highlight those in red and yellow, that's probably going to be interesting. So make those yellow and the others red. Yellow and red have to have the same sum, and they sure don't look like they want to have the same sum.
And that's probably going to impact row 1, column 5.
Yes.
And we know this sum is smaller than this sum, and this sum is smaller than this sum.
Right.
At least.
Yeah, and
So
by at least a chunk.
These have to be a bunch bigger than these.
Okay, so yeah, so the 2 red cells along the thermo, if the thermo went up by 1, 2, but just went up by 1s, then it would already still be at least
12 different.
At least 12 higher. So the 2 red cells on thermos are at least 12 higher than the yellow cells on thermos. So that means that the other 2 cells need to be at least 12 lower to make that work.
So these are at least 12 lower than these.
These cells is on a thermo bulb in yellow, sorry.
Right.
So that one is a maximum of 7. So if that's 7, actually not 12 more, 24.
But that's going to put pressure on this cell.
Oh no, sorry, no, 12. No. I doubled it twice.
Yeah, sadly it was 3 times 4.
I doubled it twice, yeah.
The point is it puts pressure on this cell.
Right.
And we know this is minimum 3. We can't make it smaller than 3.
Right, so 16 is the maximum that we can have in those 2 yellow cells.
That's true.
So then the minimum that we can have in the other cells is 1 and 3, which is exactly what it needs to be. That's exactly.
Yep. That's exactly right. Okay.
Exactly
Woohoo! Right. Okay. Perfect. Okay.
We're getting somewhere.
So we get a bunch of digits. A bunch of digits. Which should we
get? Yeah, where do we want to start?
Start with the 1.
Boom.
Woohoo! Ba-boop-ba-doo! Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo! Boo! Please do not throw your cat.
The cats are busy.
Boo! Wee! The fact that that length 3 diagonal thermo is relevant to the break-in is amazing, by the way.
Disgusting.
So 1 and 3 and 7 and 9 and 8 and 9.
And 3 and 2 and 1.
Right, yep. And now the entirety of row 1 is forced because I think it has to be the exact maximum.
It has to be maximized.
So the thing we were trying to see why it was disheartening, why we couldn't disprove, was in fact actually the thing that happened.
Of course, it always is.
Right. Okay, and we know that these two thermos go up by 1 each, because that's the only way the difference actually is 12. We don't know what it is, but they're like Renban-bometers or whatever you want. Okay, so now
these
we
are
do need to
consecutive
make...
all along the way.
Right, exactly. So we do in fact need to make these 4 cells in boxes 1 and 3 add to 10. So we certainly can't put a 9 on the tip of that thermo, for example. So that's at most 7, and ditto in the other box. But of course, it could be 7 with a 111 as a method of handling that. Let's see. Yeah, you can at least the one in column 7 you can update. I don't know if you really... Okay, you can do that if you want. I'm all for further good lifting, but then the one in column 7 you can certainly do. Okay.
Now should we look at box 4?
I'm pretty sure this can't be a 7.
Can it be 7 with 3 1s?
This
No,
can't be a
because
1.
Oh, that can't be a 1,
2.
right? Okay, so sorry, that can't be a 7, right? I was looking at that as though it was exactly the same as the one in box 3, but it's not. So actually, yeah, so you can... And then percolate that down, Tristan. Great. Okay. Right. If row 3, column 3 is a 4, it makes the other digit a 6, and then I need to make the other 2 zeros. J40 points out that's not going to work.
So that's not a 4, so that's not a 3.
Unfortunately, 3, 4, 5, 1, 1 seems just barely plausible.
Although, holy crap! Look at column 3. That is a lot of high digits.
That's true.
So if we minimize, we know that's 5 and 8. So we've got 13, 23 minimum, 30 minimum.
So those 3 need to sum to at most 15, which unfortunately seems plausible.
That's
sadly.
not too bad. And these are low, so...
Yeah. Okay, let's think about box 4, I guess. Which is...
We do have to remember that the thermos are consecutive in box in these things, so that is...
Yeah,
that
so
is
as soon
worth
as we get
remembering.
a digit on them, we get a lot, but...
Right. But getting any digit is quite...
It's maybe tricky in this puzzle.
Yeah.
The rest of box 3. Right, this is min 4.
So those are max 6.
Which puts pressure in column 7. Oh, column 7, much like column 3, is full of low digits instead of high digits, but now we don't have those 2 high digits, or those 2 low digits to make up for it, so we need to be careful.
Right. So you can mark those as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I guess. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, because it could be 1, 1, 4 is the absolute best we could do. So those are from 1, 2, 3, 4, and you could do the same thing over in box 1 with those cells. Because again, you've got a digit that's at least 4, so you can do at most 1, 1, 4. So those are also from 1, 2, 3, 4. And so that does give us a bunch of low digits, a bunch of places.
Row 3, column 7 is not 4, I'm being told.
So let's look at what happened. That would give 10 from those, 15 with the 5, 16 with the other one. So you're going to have to highlight this, Tristan. I can't do this in my head.
Okay.
So
Are we looking at the box?
No, we're looking at the
the
column
column.
7.
The column.
Yeah, so if that's a 4,
then these
that
would be
whole thermo sums to
10,
10, 15, 16 if you go to the... no, 16 if you take the one that's in the column.
16, okay.
And then
20,
that 4,
and now
20,
these have to add to 25.
which is not enough. Okay, so that's certainly not a 4. And if that's not a 4, that takes candidates out of the rest of box 3, because now, remember, now the others need to add to at most 5. So now 4 is stripped out of the rest of box 3. So now those are only from 1, 2, 3. And in fact, actually, those two cells actually in the row, for example, the 2, 1, 2, 3s, they can't even be a 2, 3 or a 3, 3 or anything like that. They add to at most 4.
These?
Yeah. But I don't know that that's useful anywhere. But I was just looking at the row 2 sort of confluence of stuff.
This can't be a 3 either. It's because that means these two have to add to 20.
Okay, so if we do the same math and do 3, 2, 1 is 6, plus 5 is 11, plus 1 is 12.
Oh wait, that might have been with 5
plus
here actually.
7 and 3 is 20. I lost track. I need Tristan to actually
let's make this 5 though. This one, let's make it 5.
That one 5 might not work actually. Yeah.
So 5, 4, 3, 2 is 14. So if that's a 5, then that thermometer sums to at most 14.
Yep.
Plus 5 is 19. Plus 1 is 20. Plus 3 is 23. And so now I need these two to sum to 22. That's not going to happen.
No.
So it's not 5 either. Okay, and if that can't be a 5, none of the things in the box can be a 3. So those are only from 1 and 2.
So what happens if this is a 6 now?
6, 5, 4, 3 sums to something. 18, I believe. Plus 5 is 23.
24. 25. Or sorry, we're maximizing, aren't we?
Yeah, what are we doing?
26. So then these two need to sum to 19 still. So this can't be a 6.
Are you sure? I don't think that was done right. Let's just double check. So
No,
18.
no, he's right.
He's right.
He's
Okay.
right.
6, 5, 4, 3.
It's 21 minus 3 is 18.
6, 5, 4, 3 is not 21.
Yeah, it's 21 minus 3. It's 18.
Oh, 18. Yeah.
Yep.
So 20, 25,
5,
26. And now these have to sum to at least 19, which they
that
can't.
doesn't work. Okay, so it's a 7 with a triple 1.
Disgusting.
So do we need to now actually like look at whether yeah, I think now we should actually do more. So now just go 1 down the thermo in column 7 and ask, can this be a 3?
It doesn't work.
It's
It doesn't
almost
work.
no chance
I
it
already
could be a
checked
3.
it before.
Okay, it's not a 3. Can it be a 4? So then it would be at most 9 for those cells on the thermo. 10 once you throw in one of the ones. 22 once you throw in the 5 and the 7.
23.
23. Yep, that's not enough.
That's not enough. So this can't be a 4.
Right.
Even 5 doesn't work. It only gives 26. And then the remaining have to sum to 19.
Okay, so that's
so
gotta be
this is a 6.
I think
Okay,
so,
yep.
yeah.
And then, so now if this is a 2, presumably that's not going to work, because that's going to be 3 plus 6 is 9, plus 7 is 16, plus 1 is 17, plus 5 is 22, plus 1 at the bottom is 23. Yeah, that doesn't work.
So not 2.
So yeah, I guess I think J40 has the smart way to do it. Think about what the maximum sum of the 2 digits in the column is that aren't on the thermo. The maximum sum of those is 17.
Mm-hmm.
And so if those sum to a max
18,
of
right? Oh, no, 17.
It's 17,
17
because of the
it's
thermo.
17 not because of Sudoku,
Yes.
but because one of them is on a bulb. Yeah, so those are max 17. And so if I sort of
17,
figure
18,
that's 18,
19,
19,
24,
31,
31,
37.
37. So these
So
add
these
to
need-
at least 8.
At least 8, right? So the top one can't be 3 can't be 3 or 4, because I can't do double 4. So that one has to be a 5, and then this one has to be a 3 or a 4.
Yeah.
And therefore, those remaining ones need to be
These need to be quite high.
right, because they need we have 1 degree of freedom above them being 8 and 9. So the top one can be 8 or 9, and the bottom one can be 7 or 8. And therefore, the tip of that can be 8 or 9, I believe.
Yep.
Now maybe row 8.
I do like Heliopolis asking the question, where does 1 go in box 3?
Oh, we hadn't thought to think about that.
So that is all. I mean, it's something. That's all I'm willing to go to. It's something. I mean, presumably we need a digit that's larger than 6 at some point in box 6, I would think.
Okay, what is so what do we have in row 2? Just taking stock.
18.
18
from the digits we actually have. And then those 2 digits we actually know a pretty high max or pretty low maximum on what they can sum to, because the other 2 in the box
sum to at least 6. So these sum to max 4.
Right. So we're at most 28. So we need those remaining digits to sum to at least 17, if I did that right.
Which doesn't seem like a huge
but that
problem.
does not, yeah, that does not sadly, yeah, that does not quite seem restrictive enough.
Putting
if
fives...
that along the thermo around the Renban barometer in box 2 is 3, 4, 5, is that too small for those 3 digits? Because if that was 3, 4, 5, that would be 12 plus 9 is 21. I would need 24 in the remaining 3 cells. Can I get 24 in the remaining 3 cells of this box?
I don't see why not.
I'm guessing there's a reason why not, but I don't know what it is yet.
Darian wants to play with box 4, which seems fine to me.
So if row 4 column 3 is a 2, does the world break immediately? Yes. I think so. Maybe not 2. That would make that a 3. It would require a double 1, but I don't think that's a problem. So if row 5 column 3 is a 7, are we now? I think if row 5 column 3 is a 7, I think there's just no universe where life works. Because now this is at most 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
20. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, which is 20.
I don't think it is. I think it's 27. Isn't it?
7?
Because shouldn't it be the sum of 1 through 7 minus 1?
Oh, yeah, it's 27, sorry.
So it should be 27. So I would need what out of the rest of the box in order to make that work? I would need 18, right? And the other 2 of the cells there sum to at most 7. So the other would need to be at least an 11, which seems unlikely. So because that 3, 4, 5 and that 1, 2.
I think these sum to at most 6, actually, if you consider box 1.
Okay. In any event, it tells us that's not a 7. which unfortunately does absolutely nothing as far as percolating backwards.
In row 8, I minimized the cells that are high, including this one, which is 4 at the minimum, and I got 7 for the leftover 3 cells, which is pretty low.
That's
These are max
Okay.
7.
I think so, if I did my math correctly.
So if you're saying if we minimize all of the things in the row,
Yeah.
4 plus 7 plus 8
it's 19.
plus
Plus 5 is
10,
24. Plus 5 is 29. Plus 8 is 38. And so yeah, so those 3
sorry,
cells
plus
sum to
9
at most 7.
is 38. Yeah.
Yeah, so the
You
remaining
said the
cells
wrong
sum to
thing,
at
but
most
you came out with the right number.
Yep. So the remaining cells are at most 5.
7. These are at most
They're
7.
at most 5 because they sum to at most 7. So they're from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is what I meant.
Oh,
Sure.
okay.
Because yeah,
5
because using your standard 3-cell sums to 7 that can have an arbitrary number of repeats.
Right, of course, yeah.
Each cell is at most 5. I agree. I did not understand what you meant.
Should we count how many ones are in the grid? That might be a smart thing to do, because we've used 5 ones already.
5. Does at least one of these have to be a 1?
Uh,
Surely.
Yes, because they sum to at most 4. So one of those is a 1, at least.
Wait. No, it could be double 2.
Oh, damn it.
2, 2, 2, and 4.
4. Darn it.
1 second, the cat's
Okay.
getting in trouble.
Yep.
Oh.
Okay, so
Well, we are rapidly using 1s.
right.
Yeah, definitely. We're depleting our 1s.
So and once we're out of 1s, that's a real gonna be a real barn burner, as they say. Because I'm looking at it and I'm noticing my 3-cell sum to 7 really would like a 1, but doesn't need 1 because 2, 2, 3 is
So,
something.
can these really be as high as 4?
No, because the minimum now is 2 plus 4 for the other, and so the others already sum to a minimum of 6, so those can never be 4.
That was Screaming Ice Cube's point.
Oh my word, wait.
What?
I'm thinking about box 8 now because J40 mentioned it, and we already have a lot of low digits here. So if that Ren banometer was low, is that ever going to work?
All right, so we know these are all consecutive.
Mm-hmm.
It does work.
Yes, Simon would love this puzzle because it's literally only the secret. That is the entire puzzle. And
Okay,
those 3 cells only get to sum to 7 if we like make everything else in the row minimum. Can you highlight those 3 cells that sum to at most 7 in row 8, just so I won't have to remind myself again? It's the bulb, that one, and the bet tree.
So, yeah, so people are what is the max sum of this?
I think the min sum is the thing to look at. Because
Okay.
the max sum of the cells off of the thermo is and I think you told me correctly those can't be 2 and 5. So actually
I don't
those
believe
2 cells,
these can be. If these are 2 and 5, then these
They
are
can't be.
3
they
and
can't
6.
be 2 and 5. So actually those 2 have a maximum sum not of 2 and 5, but I think of 2 and 4.
No, 1 and 5. They can be 1 and 5.
That's the same sum.
Okay,
though.
that is the same sum. So they have a max sum of 6.
Mhm.
That other cell has a max value of 9, so that's a max of 15. So I need to make sure this thermo adds to at least 30. And so, for example, if you make that a 5 in row 6, column 3, that's never going to work.
Same if you make it a 4 up there, right? Because that would be 10, and then you need another 20 in the 2 cells, which isn't good.
Right, which is not possible. Yep. So that's not a 4. Agree. Row 5, column 2 is not a 4. And if that were a 3, you would need it to be 7, 8, 9. But I don't think there's any reason why it can't be 7, 8, 9, ostensibly, that I can see.
Some people are saying that pink can't actually sum to 7.
I was hoping one of you would understand this point and explain it
Yeah,
to
me too.
Okay, let's see.
I was like, if I just wait it out, someone will explain to me what's going on with this.
Something to do with row 9, column 4, which I don't understand yet. Because to make those 7, we had to minimize the rest of row 8, which means making that a 5.
Right. So this
Which
would be a
makes
4.
that too low. Oh my word.
Why is that too? Oh, is that too low now for box 8?
I think so.
Because now in this universe, row 8, column 5 is a 5. And
Right.
so that's a 5 and a 4 and a 4. Okay, so Tristan, you're going to have to do this. You're going to have to highlight the cells and actually figure out in this universe what the sum of box 8 is.
Okay.
So
if
4,
this
3,
is a
2. You don't have to actually write it in. You just have to highlight the cells as we sum them.
So
So
this
that
would
would be
be
4, 3, 2 across the bottom. That's 9.
so 9
Plus 5, 4, 3 up the thermo. That's 20, or that's 12. So that's 21 that we're at now. Plus 9 is
It's actually 8 because that's minimized.
Oh, that's 8, right? Because it's minimized, right? Sorry. So that is 29. And now that off-brand cell is whatever it is 9 at most. The 38. So I would need this pink cell to be at least 7, and it definitely isn't. Okay, so I agree. So 7 is not a possible sum. So the pinks can't actually have 5 in them. And I think actually if we paid attention there, I don't think that pink was able to be, that pink in box 8, I don't think was able to be 4 either. Oh, sorry, but that was under assuming that the row worked out the way that it did, which it doesn't necessarily. We're just saying that if the row works out the way it does, then this digit needs to be too big.
Well, see, the crazy thing is that all the things that we are minimizing in row 8 impact box 8.
That's true. That is true.
This cell, this cell, and this cell. And we can only like put them up so much, right?
Presumably.
Because right now the max sum of those 3 cells is 6. But the lowest we can go is 3, right? So we can only increase 3 of the ones in row 8 by 1 each. And we somehow need to come to an equilibrium in box 8.
So are you saying just on basically on math alone, there's no way that row 8, column 5 is a 9? Like, does that already blow our total?
There's no way. It can't be a 9. Neither can that other cell. You can't decrease it more than, or you can't increase any of them more than 3, right?
I have lost track. We did the math too long ago on minimizing row 8. I do not remember.
We're gonna have to redo the math if you want me to understand this.
So minimize row 8. So
minimize row 8.
Yes. So pink's minimum is 3.
Mm-hmm.
Plus 9 for the 9 that's there is 12. 5 and 5 is 22. 8 and 7 is 37. And 4 is 41.
Oh, so 4 degrees of freedom.
So I think we have 4 degrees of freedom above
Ah.
the
But I
bare
think at
minimum.
this point, box 8 is way too small.
Yeah, it is. Because, yeah, it is.
So if we go 5, 4, 3, plus
Yeah. Currently, the cells, all
so
these.
it's 12, 17, 18,
26. 26.
right,
18 plus 8 is 26. Plus 4 is 30. So we need to put a 15 in this cell in this universe.
Yeah. So that's way, way, way too
Yeah.
small. It's not even close.
So we somehow need to come down by 6 in that
so
cell.
Our hypothetical 4 degrees of freedom are not really 4 degrees of freedom.
Exactly.
But it's worth, I suppose, keeping in mind that even hypothetically, we only have 4 degrees of freedom. Even in the
I tried that at chat. It doesn't. You can still make it row 3 work. That's a 9.
So
do
if we make
do we
this,
want to just prove that that can't be a 9? Because I think it should be easy to prove that can't be a 9, right?
Probably, yeah.
which
The one you
This?
have highlighted. Yeah.
If it is a 9, then we need to make the row pink cells be 1, 1, 1. Which honestly, we're running out of ones.
We are. I was concerned about the number of ones, but I think we have like enough ones that we could still make that work. But I don't think this immediately breaks anything that I'm aware of. Sadly.
If that is a 9, then the last digit in the box is a 1.
Just that is so if that's a 9, we spend 5 ones. We don't have 5 ones, do we? Because we also put a 1 in that bulb of that thermo.
That's so dumb.
So let's just double check this. So if that's a 9,
So dumb.
all the pink digits become 1. That last digit in the box becomes 1. That's 4. That bulb of that thermo becomes 1. That's 5. But if you count in the grid, there's already 5 ones. That would be 10 ones. That's too many ones. So that's not a 9. So row 8, column 5 is not a 9, and so that percolates downward.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Right.
We're having a bunch of people. I think Philippe was saying, and I think it's true. If this is 4, then this column blows up.
So 4, 5, 6, 7 is what? 9 plus 6 is 15 plus 7 is 22 plus 24 is 46, and we have to put in 2 digits that add to -1 at least. Yeah, that doesn't sound good. I believe that. What about 3? Is 3 even too big? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh yeah, that's certainly fine. They would have to just be a 1-2 pair in the column.
Yeah.
So that's fine. Yeah, 3 seems regrettably okay. I mean, the real big thing is putting a 3 there would put a 7 down there in the row 8, which is an unpleasant way to use the degrees of freedom in row 8, because it doesn't help box 8 at all.
Not a 7, a 6.
A 6, sorry. Still using 2 degrees of freedom in box 8 or in row 8 without helping box 8 does not seem like it's likely to pay off, but
That is a great point. And also, like, we should consider about row 8, column 3, if we made that a 9. That doesn't help box 8 enough, because it only reduces this, it only makes this an 8, which gives us 4, but we needed 6 extra for box 8. Because we
Wait,
have
what?
if we change row 8, column 3 to a 9, that changes row 9, column 4 to an 8 instead of a 4, which relieves 4 degrees of freedom in box 8, but we needed to relieve 6 degrees of freedom, and everything else is extremized.
Right. So yeah, right. The point is, if that's a 9, it makes the other thing a 5 in the row. That was the thing I was missing. So
Exactly,
yeah. So yeah, I think I buy that. So yeah, if that's a 9, then we've got 5, 4, 3 in the box, which is 12 plus. Yeah, I think I believe that. Yeah. So I think that being a 9 does not work.
We have a bunch of people saying this just doesn't work if this is a 5 at all.
So let's try that. So if that's a 5, then that's 5, 4, 3. That's 12. Plus 3 and 2 is 17. And so we need the remaining 4 cells to sum to at least a bunch. So let's try making the 1 a 9. So that's 26.
Establish the max of column 4, the max of these 3 together, because we can do that via this thermo.
The point is that if you highlight, instead of highlighting row 9, column 4, highlight row 8, column 3. These have a max by row 8. Namely, their max by row 8 is if I minimize everything else, then something.
Okay.
Yeah, I should know what this is by now, but I am completely out of my depth trying to compute this.
We're being told they are max 18 together.
So yeah, you just have to do the math in the row, I think. Yeah, okay. So these are max 18 together. So the 3 cells that Jay mentioned in box 8, they're max 17 together, because you're just replacing one of those 3 cells with that one. So those are max 17. Plus 3 and 2 is max 22. So if that was a 5.
So this is max 9. Let's do it this way. If this is max 9.
Okay.
How much is that together with these?
I lost count. I think
these,
it was
okay. Max, I think 17,
max 22,
max 22, max 31. So these 3 need to add
min
to
14.
Min 14.
Right. So that can't
3, 4,
be a 5.
5 is 12.
Yep. So 5, 4, 3, 2, and you can go all the way up because it's a Renban-bometer. I just had a horrifying thought that maybe we're going to have to use the fact that we can corner mark 5s onto these length 5 Renban, and then you notice that we've used all the 5s in the grid at some point without actually knowing what they were, which would be kind of amazing.
I am so sorry to do this, but I think I have to leave by 5:30, so we have 3 minutes to finish the puzzle. At least I give 3 minutes to finish the puzzle.
It's okay. This went on longer than anticipated.
Yes. We had no idea for a very long time.
There was an awful lot of an awful lot of us trying to pretend to be interesting.
Garion says none of the pinks can be 4.
I think that's because in order for the pinks to be 4, we needed that red cell being 5, but I'm not 100% sure because we also had some other complicated arguments that that were maybe contingent upon simultaneously minimizing things or whatever. I did, but remember we had 4 degrees of freedom that we could spend in a kind of complicated way. It's not as simple as that we ate a degree of freedom because we had 4 degrees of freedom.
No, we did eat a degree,
but they
of
weren't
freedom.
an open. No, because we had 4 degrees of freedom, but there was a restriction on how we were allowed to spend them, and so removing that doesn't eat a degree of freedom. It just removes one of our paths for how we could spend our degrees of freedom, I think. I believe that's what happened. I'm willing to do the math again. Maybe we can actually prove
do the
that none of
math
them could be
again.
4. So 9. So what are we doing? So we're minimizing everything is what we're trying to do. So and so the question is, can these really be 5 and 6, I think, or does it break box 8 if these next 2 digits are 5 and 6? I guess the point is these 3 together we know are max 18. So that and one more. That's the point. Those are max 18. Plus
This one
add the
instead of
9.
that one.
So that's max 27.
Plus
8.
Yeah, so that's it's minimum. It's minimum.
We're minimizing.
Yeah,
Sorry,
you're
it's
minimizing.
minimum. Sorry. So yeah, so you did that wrong, I think, because I told you it said the wrong thing. So minimum of those 3 is 18 plus 9 is 27. So let's highlight those.
Wait. We said that those were a max 18 though. We
No,
didn't
they were a min
establish
of 18. They were a min of 18 because they need to make box 8 work, and box 8 is small.
I'm so sorry to leave in the middle of this. I have a dinner occasion, so.
Well, enjoy your dinner. Thank you for coming by. We'll have to have you on again at some point. It's been fun.
Yes, it was a lot of fun. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah.
And I
Yes,
hope
thanks for coming.
I will definitely watch the rest of this puzzle later, and hopefully you guys make your way through
Hopefully
it.
we will solve it before you're done with dinner.
Yes. Okay, goodbye. Have a great night, guys.
All right, bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, so I believe row 8, column 3, row 8, column 5, and row 8, column 6. Those 3 cells we know sum to a minimum of 18, I believe, is what we know. Is that right? Does chat agree with that?
I thought it was max.
That it was max. I don't know. We're gonna have to do it again, I think. Because the thing is, naively it looks like they could be 8, 8, and 9 or something, but I think they can't actually be 8, 8, and 9 or something. But I don't know. Maybe I am misremembering. Or 5, 6, and 8, but they can't really be 5, 6, and 8. So I think the point is they can't be 5, 6, and 8, because if they're 5, 6, and 8, then that puts a 4 along the thermo, and that gives you so you're gonna have to do box 8, and you're gonna have to keep track really carefully. So if those are 5, 6, and 8, then that on the thermo is a 4.
Yep, 4.
Plus 3 plus 2 is 9.
Yep. Plus 8.
Plus 17.
Plus
6, 5, 4.
Which is another 15. So 17
32.
and 15. Yeah.
32. And so we need these to sum to 13, which they can only do if that's a 4 and a 9, but that's okay. That's fine. So they
But
can.
now have we blown up the row?
Who knows?
I'm
no,
lost.
no, we can't have blown up the row because we just made those digits small. So we're letting pink get bigger. We can't have blown up the row by making those cells small. So I think it turns out that that's just perfectly fine. That minimizing all of those simultaneously is not enough to break is not enough to break box 8. Yeah, I think the way that degrees of freedom worked, I don't think getting rid of that thing actually ate us, as sad as that is to say. Was trying to work out if we actually know what the sum of the yellow digits is somehow by noting that those two thermos and the 2 bits of the thermos in column 5 have some sum, but I don't think it quite works, sadly. Let's see. Where else can we look for things? And we do want to keep track of how many digits we've used. Yes.
I think we can knock a 3 out of here.
If that's a 3, those sum to 6.
6 plus 7, 8, 9
is 30.
Is 20. It's 30.
Plus 6 for those two is 36. And so it's fine if that digit's a 9. I believe. Let's see. Are there rows or columns we haven't really appreciated? So for example, row 2 is now like maybe getting interesting because those two sum to at most 4. So that is 4 plus 2 more 1s is 6 plus 2 more 8s is 22. So we need these 3 to sum to at least 23. Oh, that's huge. At least these 3 digits need to sum to at least 23. So let's look at that box now. So 23 plus 9 is 32. Oh, maybe that's not quite good enough because that 9 is so small. But those need to sum to at least 23. Even if they're 9 and 9, the other digit needs to be at least a 5. So you can at least fill in 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in those 2 cells.
But okay, so these sum to at least 23, we just said. But if this is high, these are high.
Okay, well, just please fill in 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in the cells so that we actually have that. And then let's do that.
These?
Yeah, those are from 5, 6, 7, 8,
9. Okay, so these sum to at least 23.
Yeah, and so your question is, does it break if that's a 9 now? And so that would be 9, 8, 7. So really it's 23 plus 8 plus 7. So 23 plus 8 plus 7 would be 38. And that does
plus
break.
9.
Yeah.
So this isn't a 9.
So that's not a 9, right? So you can carry that all the way down. Now, what if it is an 8? Then it would be, again, at least 23 plus 7 plus 6. 23 plus 7 plus 6 is 36, and that's plus, not good either.
Plus 9 is already 45. So this isn't 8 either.
It's not 8 either. Good.
Now, if this is max 7, 7 plus 5 is 12. So these can't be 5 anymore.
Right, because the only way they were going to be 5 is with 2 9s, and so they're not with 2 9s. And the only way they were going to be 6 is with an 8 and a 9, and those can't be, and so those can't be 6 either. The 2 on the outside. So we've improved that situation quite a bit more than I was expecting. Now,
if this is 5, I want to go the other way. If this is 5, we have 23. We have
double 9, so 23. Yeah. 4 3 is 30.
4 3 plus 9
is 36.
That works.
Yep, and so that would be another 9, I believe.
I don't think you added that correctly, but it does work. It would be 39, and that would be a 6.
Oh, I thought 6 very hard, if that counts for anything. So So what is happening now? Like now box 5 is looking really like it wants to have some more high digits, because the absolute maximum now of what we're getting out of these is
So this is max 14.
mm-hmm.
This is max 18.
Mm-hmm.
18 and 14 is 32.
Yep. So we need these to be at least 13, I suppose, which is not the most restrictive of options. But it is worth noting.
So if we minimize this, how does... Let's look at row 3. Jim Baker suggests, and I think it's worth looking. So 9, 18, plus another 8.
Sadly, Fuchsia, it's not that the thermos being Renbons is a rule. It's that those two specific thermos that Tristan will highlight, those we proved are Renbon.
Yeah, just these.
Yeah, so it's only those that we know are Renbon. So
Yeah,
Tristan's
let's add up row 3.
right.
18,
So 8
26.
is 26.
And these are max what?
Max 8.
Max 2 and 6, yeah, max 8. So that's 32. I don't think that's going to be fruitful.
So yeah, these things need to add to at least 13. What if we do the other way? So those need to add to at least 13, but what's the minimum they could add to? What if I do it?
If we minimize this, this is 2 and 4.
Yep.
So this was 26 plus 6.
Yep. It's 32. That doesn't sound right. I think we just
did
need
we
to do
screw
this
up
again.
before?
We might have screwed up before, because I think we
so
get 13
9,
either way.
18, 26 plus...
That's 32. So the minimum, no, sorry, the maximum those 3 cells are allowed to sum to is 13, right? So yeah, so those 3 cells sum to a maximum of 13 is what we just calculated, right?
And the minimum of this is 6. The maximum of this is 8.
Maximum is 8. 26 plus 8 is 34, and so the minimum is 11. So those 3 cells sum to between 11 and 13. So 11, 12, and 13 are the only possible options for these.
And these
well,
sum to
11's
7,
not
9,
going to
or
work.
11.
11's not possible. So we're going to get some eliminations, because 11's not possible. Because if those 3 sum to 11, then that plus the first row sums to 20. We need the 3 in the middle to sum to 25. Oh, crap. No, that is possible.
No, we... Oh, we know these
oh, no,
sum to...
9 and 9... No, 9 and 9 and 7 is exactly 25. So it's exactly possible for it to sum to 25. So yeah, so I think we're again sort of like right on the razor's edge of what we can do here.
Garion says it doesn't work, and I would love to hear why.
Row 3, column 4. Right. We forgot that the tip is connected to what's actually on the thing.
Right.
Right. So if that's a 5, what is it we're disproving? I don't even remember what it is we're disproving anymore.
I think we're disproving that these sum to 11.
So if those sum to 11, then the thing we'd need is a 5 and a 3 and a 4. What's wrong with 5, 3, 4, 4, Garion? Oh, no, because in order for those to sum to 11, that needed to be a 7. And so those already sum to 11 in that instance. So that doesn't work. So right. So 11 is not possible.
Okay, which restricts these.
So those need to sum to, in fact, at least so the minimum was 6, but they can't actually sum to 6. They need to sum to at least 7, which knocks 3 out of the other 2 cells in the box. Okay.
So now that restricts this further.
So yeah, so that's not allowed to sum to... No, it doesn't, because doing that didn't change the sum of that. Those two were always max sum of 4.
But now these are... Oh, they're still max sum of 4.
Oh no, they are max sum of... Sorry, they are max sum of 3 now, because the thing we actually said, but we don't have a way of pencil marking, is those two need to sum to at least 7 now, provided that we did this math right. So these now sum to a max of 3. And so let's do the row again. So that's 3 plus 2 is 5. Plus 8 is 21. So we now need these cells to sum to at least 24. So the 5 is no longer possible there.
So
the
9,
point.
9, and 5 isn't enough?
Right, is not enough. That's only 23. So that's not a 5, and then you can carry that down. And row 3, column 2 can't be 4 anymore, because if row 3, column 2 was 4, they would sum to 6, and they're not allowed to sum to 6. So that will actually get us some more leverage. Because if that was a 4 by thermo, the other one would be a 2, and those would sum to 6, and they sum to at least 7.
Okay, so that's not 4.
And so that carries down. No, it doesn't. It doesn't do anything, does it? People were counting ones. Garian is concerned we're doing something backwards. But I thought we did exactly how Garian suggested it. But I am open to suggestions. My brain is pretty wiped at this point. Oh, did we reverse how that worked? We might need to back up to where we removed the 3s out of so I think all of this was fine. So yeah, I think you need to go back to where we took the 3s out of box 1. Because we proved... So what we proved is that we can't add to 11 down in the bottom of box 2. So let's do this again. So those are 11 plus 8 is 19.
But we can't add to 11 here.
Right. So we're figuring out the thing we can't make the other 2 things add to.
Ah, okay.
So those are 11 plus 8 is 19. Plus 9 is 28. Plus 9 is 37. So we in fact proved we can't make these add to 8.
So this can't
actually
be a 6.
that can't be a 6, right? So yeah, so we did do this all backwards, and so I think that means it's fine if row 2 column 5 is a 5.
But now that
okay, now
does
Sir
mean
Woozle
this
has
can't
a
be
point
5.
about row 5 column 6, which is can't be a 4, as then column 6 must add up to 46 or more.
Okay.
Let's try and understand that.
So 4, 5, 6 is 15. Plus 9 is 24. Plus 8 is 32. Plus 7 is 39. Plus 4 is...
Wow, yep.
43 plus 2 is 45.
45, and now, yep,
And now,
that is a
wow. So
no.
this can't be a 4.
Good
4,
spot.
5, 6, 7, 8. Great spot, Sir Woozle.
Yes, excellent. Great to see you around, by the way.
And
J40
J40 saw it as
also
well.
saw a similar thing.
So what does this
So-
do to box 8, if anything?
Well, it did now make the maximum of, so now let's maximize things in box 8 again.
Okay, so
those are now a maximum of 18.
18.
Plus 5 is 23. Plus 9 is 32. Plus 7 is 39. Okay, no, maximizing it is not what we're trying to do, is it? Yeah,
Well,
maybe
remember
it didn't do anything.
Remember, these are max 17 no matter what we do.
Oh, okay. So those are max. Okay, so let's remember that. Okay, so those are max 17 plus 18 is 35. Plus 5 is 40. So we're saying that digit is at least 5. Is that what we're saying? I think we're saying this digit's at least 5. So can you pencil mark that that's at least 5? It's in the process, Shivam. It will be it's still being animated is the issue. Okay, so does that tell us anything about like column 4? Is it now going to turn out to be too big if we I can't imagine that, like, if row 5 column 4 is a 3, it's going to be enough to make this too big. Unfortunately.
What about if this is 1? Does that make this too small?
Maybe. Okay, so 1, 2, 3 would be 6.
10.
Plus 4 is 10. Plus 7 is 17.
Well, no, we're trying to maximize everything else.
I'm counting the actual 7.
Oh.
7 is 17.
Yep.
Okay. Plus 9 is 27. So we would need these 3 cells to add to at least 18. Seems like they easily could.
Yeah.
Okay, so Josh is looking at row 6, column 3, and asking if it can be a 6.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2 is 20.
Yeah, so we're maximizing it in the universe where that's a 6. So that will be 20 plus 9 is 29. Plus these two are max 6, I seem to recall.
Not anymore. They're actually less than that now. They're max 5 now.
Why?
Oh, never mind. They are max 6.
29 plus 6 is 35. That still means we'd need a 10.
So this can't be 6.
So yeah, so that's never 6. Yep. Have a good bedtime, Jay. Thanks for stopping by and helping, as always. Let's see. What else have we done for ourselves? Let's see. So, like, should we ask if row 5, column 2 can be a 5? Is that going to be productive, or is that going to be silly?
I think that just works if this is a 9.
Okay, so let's look at what happens if row 5, column 4 is a 1. So if that's a 1, we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up into box that one, into box 2. And so because that's a 5, those two digits to its left and right are both 9s.
So I think the question is, what is its effect on these two cells? Does it blow up these two cells? Because these two cells have a maximum. These two cells have a maximum of 9 by row 8.
I certainly don't remember that, but if you want to fill in digits based on it, be my guest. I was trying to read Garian's point now.
Based on previous work, these cells have a maximum of 9.
I will believe you. I mean, I'm not arguing. You can do what you want with it.
Okay.
I'm just trying to understand a different point.
9, 7 is 16, 4 is 20, plus 6 is 26, plus 9 is 35, and now this can't be big enough.
Yep, that sounds right.
So
yes,
this can't be 1.
Right. Yeah, I was trying to understand this point about what's happening with ones that people are tracking. And Garian was saying that these two cells couldn't add up to 8, so that means we had to have another 1. But doesn't that not being able to be 8 not have any effect on how many 1s there are?
Well, if these sum to 8, then these are double 1.
Right.
Which means we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ones gone. So we get max two more 1s in the rest of the puzzle.
Yep. I mean, I believe they can't be 8, but how does that have any effect on 1s, Garian? Pink, I think, could be 223, Kyle, or 222 or something. I don't think
Wait,
pink
when
needs
did we
any
show
ones.
these can't add to 8?
I think that's what we showed when we were looking at the possibility of, like, if those add to 8. So I think this is the thing where he said if those add to 8. Oh, okay. So the thing Garian is really saying is that row 3, column 3 can't be a 3. So let's go over this again. So if row 3, column 3 is a 3, then that makes those a 3 and a 5, which makes those 8. 8 plus 9 is 17. Plus 9 is 18. Plus 8 is 26.
Whoa. Plus 9 is 17, plus 9 is 26.
Didn't I say 26?
No.
Plus 8 is 34. So these sum to 11 in this row. And so that means that the upper ones need to sum to, so the row above that, no, not those two, the whole row sums to 11, those whole 3.
Yep, these 3 sum to 11.
Right. And so therefore, those 3 things sum to 25. The only way that works is with a 7 and double 9. But with a 7 and a double 9, you've put a 5 and a 6 in the row below it, which is already 11. So that's a 0. That doesn't work. So row 3, column 3 is never a 3. It's a 2.
This one always a 2?
Right.
That's what we just...
That is what we just proved. We proved it before as well, but we didn't really notice the consequence of it. So that's
a 1, and another 1 is gone.
Yep, another 1 is gone. And so sadly, I don't think that does very much. Another one bites the dust. This is accurate.
2. Six.
That is 6 ones. I agree. So yeah, I guess we could think about the sum of green, but there's a
Oh, I was about to make a Sudoku deduction.
okay. So we might have to redo the math in row 8 now, which is going to be agonizing. And I'm sorry, but I think we have to. So
Okay.
imagine the world where row 8, column 9 is a 4.
Okay.
So now what's the minimum we can make this row sum to?
Okay. 4
and
plus 9 is 13 plus another 15 here is 28.
Mm-hmm. And I don't remember if there was something relevant or not about box 8 from this. I don't think there was. I think we decided there wasn't.
Plus 6.
What are we at?
34.
And I don't remember if that could be 6 at the same time that tip was 5. We might have proved that wasn't possible, but I don't remember. But plus 5 would be 39. And the minimums of the pinks is 5 currently because of the ones. I think that just works. That might restrict box 5 further. Okay, so row 4, column 1, let's see. Chad is claiming it cannot be 3. So if it was 3, those would sum to 6. Plus 1 plus 4 would be the max. So that would be 11. Plus 24 would be 35. Yep, so that doesn't work. So that's not a 3. So agree with that. That is not a 3. It really seems very unlikely that this bulb is a 1, but I really have no idea. But it seems like it would be wasteful in light of what's going on in row 8. Let's see. Are there other rows or columns that seem at all interesting? I feel like there's stuff I'm supposed to remember about box 8, but I remember absolutely nothing about box 8. I will be honest. Like there's some stuff going on there, but I can never keep track of it, and it seems to always just break my heart anyway. Let's see. Trying to look at any various sorts of combinations together or anything. Like it's very close to breaking if row 8 column 9 is a 4, but I don't think it quite does. But we're like we are so we are running out of ones. At some point we will run out of ones, and it will push up everything a lot. Let's see. Hawila says if row 8 column 7 is an 8, it breaks. Can you be
That'd
more
be
specific
nice
on
to
what it
know.
breaks means?
Too many ones needed. Okay, so this was 8 and 9.
Mm-hmm. Might as well use a 7 there. So that's
or
24.
wouldn't we want to use a 6?
Oh no, 6. Right. 8 and 9 and 6 is 23. And 9 is 32. And 5 is 37.
And 4
is 41.
Mm-hmm.
Are we really at 41? Because that doesn't work. If we're really at 41, that doesn't work. But we probably didn't do the math right. So let's do it again.
So
8 and 9
8 and 9
is 17.
17 plus 6 is
6
23.
is 23. Plus
9
5.
is...
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Plus 9 is 32.
Plus 5 is 37. Plus
Plus
4.
4 is 41.
Yep. And so so we need 2 1s in pink. Another 1 on that thermo. So that's 3 more 1s we suddenly need.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9. So we would have exactly used our 1s. I don't think it breaks. I think it exactly uses our 1s. Unless there's an extra 1 we're missing, but I think we're getting all of the bonus 1s. Unless there's some... Oh, no, do we know there has... No, we don't know there has to be a 1 in box 1. Box 1 doesn't need a 1 because it could be 2 and 4 and 2 and 2. Unfortunately. So I think, Hawila, that exactly works. It could be 2 and 4 and 2 and 2, Hawila. Okay, so row 3, column 6 options.
By row and column.
So let's do max and min for row and max and min for column. So 9 and 9 is 18. And 7 and 1 is 26. And 2 is 28. And so let's min it this time. And so 4 is 32. 4
and then another 11.
It's 43.
Sorry, another 9.
You just threw numbers around and I didn't know what was happening.
Sorry, my bad.
9 and 9 is 18. And 2 is 20. And
28.
7 and 1 is 28. Plus 4 is 36. Plus 5 is 41. So that's minimizing this. So this needs to be at least 3. So put 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in it. Is, I believe, what we just said. Okay, and now we'll do it the other way. So now if we maximize the rest of the row, I think it's 9 and 1 and 7 is 17. So can you highlight so I can keep... I really can't keep this all in my head. 17 for 9 and 1 and 7. And 9 is 26. And 2 is 28. And 5 and 5 is 38.
And 6 is 44.
Wait, we screwed this up somehow. I don't know how we screwed this up, but we screwed this up badly. I don't know. Let's do it again. So yeah, I think we somehow somehow we did not do this correctly when we did it the first time. So let's do the minimum one again and let's try and get it right this time. So the minimum of the rest of the row is 10 plus 7. Okay, you just do it.
Okay, yeah. Minimum So we have 18, 20, 28, 32, 41 is the minimum. So this is max 4, not min 4.
Okay. Got it.
This
Okay.
is max 4.
Okay. And then by the column, is anything interesting going to happen in the column?
We max this column, I think. 3, 4,
Okay.
5 is 12.
12 plus 9 is
Is
21.
21, 23, 27, 36. Wait,
And we're
that,
already at 45. So I don't think minning by the
we
column
min the
does
column.
anything.
We min the column.
Oh, sorry.
2, 3, 4 is 9. 8 is 17. 19, 23,
23.
32, 39. I am very confused.
We're doing something wrong. So let's do it again. So 2, 3, 4 is 9 plus 8.
Min the column to max row 3, column 6.
That's what we're doing, but it doesn't put any restriction at all on row 3, column 6 the way we did it. So we did the math wrong. So 2, 3, 4. Yeah, Kyle gets the same thing we got, which is that it tells us that that digit is 6 or less, but it's already marked as 1, 2, 3, or 4. Okay, so chat agrees with our calculation. Sadly, not Kurban's beautiful fiance's calculation, which sounds like it would give us better digits. I would prefer to have your fiance's calculation be correct. It probably would have made the puzzle go faster. Okay.
But I at least buy max 4 here, so that's...
Yeah, so max 4 is something. There's not like some digit that's like been used a whole lot that we should be paying attention to, is there? Like I'm now like looking back and trying to count like all of the 9s, 8s, and 7s, but it doesn't seem like we have so many of any of those that it's at all interesting. Let's see. Row 3, column 6 being a 4 would place 3 4s in the row, and there's already 2 in row 1.
True. I don't know that this is a problem. Let's see. 4, 4, 4, 4. This is 16. 5 and 6. That's 25, 26. Ah! Now we need these to add to 19. Is that right? Did I do that right?
I don't know. What did you do?
So if this is a 4, then we have to min this row.
Right.
If this is a 4, so now we look at, so then we know this is a 4 because we're minning the row. Oh, that sounded wrong. Well, let's do it anyway.
So 4 and 4 and 5 is 13. And 6 is 19. And 9 is 25.
What? 28.
28.
19 plus 9 is 28.
Okay. So it just need to add to 17, which is fine. Kyle got 28 for what it's worth. See, Chad thinks we might use up all the ones. So I think we would use up all the ones if we put a 1 in row 3, column 6. But I don't think we would break the puzzle. I think we would just not have any 1s left, if I understand correctly. Yeah, this is the typical 3-star puzzle. I would bet we're missing something basic. I don't think Trevor has intended us to do as much bifurcation as we have done in this puzzle. Because we have done a lot of bifurcation in this puzzle. Like there's only sort of 4 possible combinations for what could happen in box 5. I don't know if we really want to sort of contemplate what all of them look like.
I mean,
and
there are
see if
only
any of them
3
break.
possible sums of
Right.
these digits.
Yes, we would have to put, if we made that a 1, we would have to put a 1 in box 1. That's certainly true. Afraid not. I believe that. But I don't think that uses too many 1s. I think that uses like the right amount of 1s. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, something like that. We might even still have a 1 left over. Unfortunately. So let's look at the actual possible sums of green. So if we max yellow, what does green sum to? So if we max yellow, it's 7 plus 7 plus 7 is 21 plus 9 is 30. So if we max yellow, green needs to sum to 15. And if we min yellow, it's 5 and 5 is 10, plus 7 and 9 is 26. And then green needs to sum 19. So it's 15, 17, or 19, which is completely useless for the sum of green. So I don't think there's anything useful there. What else could we look at? Unfortunately, I think row 6, column 2 still has lots of options, depending on exactly how you braid that thermo. And whether you use a repeated digit or not. Although maybe we need at some point to come back to this whole idea that we either need to use 2 repeated digits in box 4 or no repeated digits in box 4. But I don't know.
J40 possibly has something. Row 9, column 1, 2, 3, 4 is max 22.
Min 22.
Min 22. How are we getting that?
Just by the row.
So if we like maximize the rest of the row, you get 6 and 17.
It's 23. So those
Sorry,
are
6
min
and
22.
18. 6 and 18 is 24. So
yep,
then
so 21.
These are min 21.
If only, more Mogli. If only. So these are min 21. What do I do with the fact that these are min 21? I guess it means the 3 in box 7 are min 14. Is that interesting? Min 14 plus 9 plus 8. Min 31. This is unfortunately replace row 9 column 4 by row 8 column 3. Ah, right. Okay. So so those are min 22 now.
Right.
Is the
These
point.
are min 22.
Plus 8 plus 9 is min 39. Is that right? Did we do that right? Yeah, that's right.
So these are max 6?
Yeah, so I think they got to be 1, 2, 3. Holy crap. Nice spot. Well done.
Wow.
Okay. Very nice. Okay. And so in particular, that means those are double 9, right? In the row? Don't they have to be double 9 now? With an
Wait.
No. Oh, yeah, I think they do. I think if those aren't double 9 at the end of row 9, I think we have a problem, right? Because we in order to get the min of 22, we assumed that those were 9 and 9. So they have to be 9 and 9 because we can't go over. So row 9, column 8, and 9 are both 9.
I'm just going to trust you on that.
Chat agrees with that, right? I think if we made those any smaller, we'd have to make those digits on the thermo sum to less than 6. I think the upshot of all of that. Right, and so these 4 cells together sum to 22, which is, I think, useless. But that was really, really epic of a spot. J40, that's very cool. So now we have 6 9s, Ambrose is saying. Right, and those 2 are consecutive. That's true, because otherwise our bound would again be worse.
That's true. We do have some high digits in box 9.
Okay, so 9 and 9 and 8 and 7 is 18 plus 15 is 33, 34 there. And what are the 2 on the thermos at absolute minimum? Because those 2
7.
thermo cells are at least 7. So let's do that with that being 7. So
Okay.
9 and 9 and 1 is 19 plus 8 and 7.
It's 34.
34 plus 7.
43. Is that real?
I don't think 34 plus 7 is 43.
Oh, 41.
I think, unfortunately, I think it's 41. So I think what we learn is that these sum to at most 4. So I think all we get to do is remove a 4 from the bet tree and write a 1, 2, 3 above it. But now, I think we're also going to get to take a 3 out of row 5, column 9. Because if that were a 3 now, these would be a minimum of 9.
11.
Minimum of 11. Yes, a minimum of 11. Plus 9 is 20. Plus 9 is 29. Plus 1 is 30. Plus 7 plus 8 is 45. That's never going to work. So yeah, so that's 3 is gone.
What about 2, 3? So if these are 9, 9, 9, 9, 27.
That's 27.
28. Another 15.
It would require 2 1s, I think.
It would require 2 1s. Do we have 2 1s? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then we get no more 1s for the puzzle.
Right. Oh, we can't have a 7-8 pair in column 7 because of our earlier deduction. because if those are 7 and 8, look what happens to the column. Then the column cells add up to 15, 16. Well, you're going to have to actually do it if you're going to highlight everything. But
Okay.
so
6 and 7, that's 13. Plus
19,
11 is 24.
4.
25. If these are 15, that's 40, and this needs to be a 5.
And it can't be, right. So these can't be 7, 8. They actually sum to a minimum of 16.
Okay, so if we say... So if these are 16, plus 9 is 25, plus 9 is 34, 35, plus a minimum of 7 is 42. So these are actually max 3.
They're max 3, and I think that's going to be enough to kill the possibility that
if
that's
we-
a 2.
3, so if these are 9, 18,
9 is 27.
27, 28,
Plus 16 is 44.
44, and that's too many, so we get our
Right, so
1
that-
here.
Right, so that's a 1. Okay, so now we really are running out of 1s. Because now how many 1s do we have? Let's do a quick count. I think we have all of them, actually. Because those digits in box 9 can't both be 2. That would be too big, right? Can we double check that? So
Okay,
those would
so
be
these are...
min
these
3,
are-
4 is 7. Plus 18 is 25. Plus 1 is 26. Plus 16 is 42, right? Did I do that right? I think it's 42. And so there needs to be a 1 in there. So now count 1s.
1, 2,
2,
3,
3,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9. Okay, good. So now
So
we
now
know
these
exactly
are
what
2,
happens in
3, and
box.
4.
Yep.
We can't
and
have any
box
1s in
1,
box 1.
So it's got to be 2, 2, and 4. So we've got all of that.
Well, J40 says no.
No. And J40 says we broke it or something. Wouldn't using that degree of freedom require that I put a double 1 in box 9, J40?
And we don't have enough 1s
They
for a
certainly
double
can't
1.
be a double 1.
Like, if this is a 5, you need a double 1, and now we have 10 1s.
Okay, so we're good. So yeah, so we can remove all the 1 pencil marks from other places that have 1 pencil marks. And so that's going to do a lot to box 4. I guess it's not. It looked like it might do a lot to box 4, but it was a lie.
That's not 1. That's not 1. This should be down to a by value if we actually look at the row.
We should fill in our digit in row 4, column 9.
We get a
Because it is a
free digit.
Quasi-naked single.
People are saying it's a 2.
Yeah, 24 plus 10 is 34, plus 9 is 43. It's a 2. Yep, I agree. It's a 2. How many 2s is that? We just put 3 more 2s in the grid, so
1,
that
2,
we should have a
3,
lot
4,
of them.
5, 6. We have 7 2s. And 1 over here, 8.
Okay,
So we can only
get...
make 1 of these, too. At most.
Interesting. Feels like we might be getting somewhere.
So,
right. Row 6, column 7 is a 4, Fuchsia points out correctly. Because remember, we know those other 2 in box 9 now sum to 16. They couldn't sum to 17, which is what would be required for it to be a 3. So that's a 4. And we can do
So,
parity analysis on row 3 if you want.
okay.
Because we know those 2 cells along the thermo sum to an odd number. So the first 5 cells definitely sum to an even number.
Even.
And then you get to an odd number total with the rest of it. So
this
therefore,
has
that's
to be even.
Yeah, so it's not a 3.
Jim, if they sum to 17, we run out of ones for the puzzle.
So yeah, so Afraid Not says the sum of the middle of box 6 is now 25, so let's check that. So those are 15 plus 5 is 20, so those sum to 25. Yeah. So how do we get to 25? Not without a 9. Because if we don't use a 9, we get to a maximum of 24. So there is a 9 in here. And so 899 is the maximum we could do, which is only 26. So we only have 1 degree of freedom under 899. And note that if we make any... So I think that means that we must make... Doesn't that mean we have to make both digits? No, I think it only means we have to make the digit on the tip of the thermo a 9. I think the digit on the thermo has to be a 9. How many 9s do we have in the grid?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I think we know there's one in box 2, at least. There's 1 or 2 in box 2. Yeah, so it's 799 or 889, but either way, there's a repeated digit, and the repeated digit can't go on the thermo, so the 9 always goes on the thermo. And then the other digits on the box are from 789. And the 1, of course, is not a 9. Yeah, it is something kind of like that, Smarkus.
So there's only
with more
two
arithmetic
options.
stuff.
There's only 2 options now for the sum of yellow. Because these can't both be 2, because we don't have enough 2s.
Right.
Yes, this is not 7, I agree.
Why is that not 7?
Because then these add to 24 at most.
Yeah, that would be a problem. Yep, agree. Yeah, and so we're near our fill of 2s and near our fill of 9s. I think we're actually at our fill of 1s. Is it getting interesting to look at column 3 now? We've got a lot of digits in column 3, at least.
Okay.
So let's just start by summing the digits that we have, which are 10 total for those first 4 cells, plus 8 is 18. So we need the rest of the column to sum to 27. I guess that's not interesting at all. I don't think that's interesting. Can we rule out the possibility that there's 2 9s in box 2 now? Is that no longer possible, or is that just possible? Because we know we've used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've used 7 9s.
And I think we can prove there's a 9 between these 2 cells. So either this is 7, 9, or this is 8, 8, in which case this is 9. So there's always a 9 in these cells.
Say that again? Sorry, I didn't understand
One of
that.
these 2 cells is always a 9.
Because if they were both 8, then it would be 8 and 7, right? Okay, so one of those 2 is a 9. Okay. So the last 9 is in box
1,
2.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we only get 1 9 in box 2.
Right. Okay, so that should be enough to tell us what happens in this box. So we get 1 9 between those. So in one of the versions of this row, actually we just know what those 3 cells sum to in row 3 now. What is the sum of those 3 cells in row 3? So
9 and 9 is 18, plus another 8 is 26,
26,
plus another 6
32.
is 32. So these sum to 13.
Yes. And so 13 plus 9 is 22. Is that right?
13
Oh, maybe
plus 9
maybe
is
everything is
22.
gone. Yeah, maybe this is not actually useful. Maybe we don't need both. Maybe we don't need a 9 at all because we could make it 3 7s. I think making it 3 7s I think is fine. For the middle there.
Well, we know what these sum to. Let's do that.
Yeah, they sum to 21.
Oh, we already got that?
Yeah. Yeah, so we
Hmm.
don't need a 9 at all, actually.
Look at row 5, column 3. Oh, can this not be 9 now?
So people are saying we did the math wrong in something. I don't even know where. Row 3 or row 2 or something. We just need to double check our math because we ended up off by
redo
1.
row 2.
Okay,
8,
so
16, 20,
22.
22. So these
So
sum
these
to
sum to-
23.
So if we use no 9, then the maximum we could do is 887, which is 23. So we can use no 9. So I think we ended up off by 1, but not in a way that mattered at all, is I think what happened. Unfortunately. I would rather have been off in a way that forced there to be a 9 there, because there being no 9 there would have been super helpful. Okay, so J40 wants us to think about what happens if we don't use a 2 in column 6. So some column 6 if we don't use a 2.
Okay, so then
3, 4,
right.
5
3, 4,
is
5,
is 12.
and another 4,
Mm-hmm. Is 16.
16, and another 4 is 20, 29, 31. This is at least an 8.
And at least
So
a
that's
7.
39 plus 7 is blown up.
Yep.
So we need a 2 in one of these cells. So
right,
that's
so
a
one,
2 gone.
and it's the last 2. So that's going to give us the thermo
1,
in box
2,
5.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2s are
Yep.
gone.
So 2s are gone, which is going to affect lots of things. So row 5, column 4 in particular, a 3.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, and
Now
row 6, column 1 not being a 2 is going to affect box 4 a great deal.
I think this is a 2 by arithmetic.
You can do that if you want.
Sure. 9, 18, 29, 30, 37, 39, 43. It's a 2.
Okay, and so that gives us a 3 down there below it.
Right, because we only had 1.
Yep. Okay, box 4. The thermo, you took a 2 out of the bulb. So now
3,
that percolates
4,
up.
5 is gone.
Yep, and so now what's the minimum sum of everything in this box? So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is 12, plus 6 is 18, plus 7 is 25, plus 8 is 33, plus 4 is 39, I believe. So I think that's at most 6 that's left, if we did that right.
Okay.
Chat can tell us if we're wrong, but I think that's from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it's not 2, of course, or 1.
and
I
it's
believe we've
not 1 or
gotten rid of
2.
both those.
But
Okay.
people are
that's
saying
not
take a
2.
2 out of here, which is true.
Yep. Oh, Jay says I did it wrong.
Oops.
You should just delete that. Let's see. So what happens if row 6 column 1 is a 4? To what does row 9 column 1 become?
Oh, no,
So
no,
if
no,
this is
no. If this is a 4, that's the point. If this is a 4, what does this become? And I think that's a problem. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 24 plus 15.
39 plus 4
39.
is 43. It becomes a 2, which it can't.
Right.
Yep.
So this is
So
not
this
a
can't
4,
be a
it's
4.
a 3.
Okay, got it. Yep, so so what are the 3 digits left in the column in column 1 sum to? So we have 3, 2, 1 is 6, plus 7, 8, 9 is 30. So I need
So these add to
15.
15.
Yes. And so that
is...
means at minimum that needs to be a 4. And at maximum it needs to be a 6. So I think that's only a 4, 5, or 6.
So J40 is asking, do we have to now minimize row 8? So what do we get if we minimize row 8?
So 4 and 1, not okay, 9 and 1, 4 and 1, 5, 9 and 1, 15.
Okay,
Plus another 15 is 30. Plus 7 is 37. And then I only have 8 left. So yep, I have to minimize it.
Everything's minimum.
I believe that is exactly what we just calculated.
7, 8, 3, 5.
Congratulations to all the 1-betters out there. You
Yes,
get
indeed.
extra wishes when the puzzle takes this long to solve. So enjoy your victory.
Now for these to add up, this has to
better.
be a 9. This has to be a 2.
Mm-hmm.
This should be known by the box. We can figure that out. This is 1824. Plus another 9 is 33. Plus
36.
So this is a 9.
So it's a 9. Yep.
How are we
Is that
doing
our
on
last
9s?
9? I think we now have all of our
1,
9s.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep.
Yep.
So that's an 8. That must be an 8 now. That's an 8, and that's gonna trickle all the way down.
Box 2 should be done.
Yeah, these aren't 9s, so it's probably double 8.
We added wrong. I think we made row 8 sum to 47. Oh no, we just did box 8 math. So go back to where you were finding that wrong, that last cell in box 8. So that cell is not apparently a 9. 6 and 3 is 9, and 7 is 16, and 5 is 21, and 8 is 29. And 6 is 35, and 3 is 38, so it's a 7. Okay, it's a 7. And so this column now, if I look at the column, it's now 9 plus 7 is 16, plus 7 is 23, plus 7 is 30, plus 7 is 37, so I think that's an 8. But everyone in chat says it's a 7. But I think everyone in chat is one
better be an
deduction
8.
behind.
I
So now in this box now what's left So
I
we've
think
got
it's an
9
8.
plus 15 is 24. Plus 11 is 35. Plus 2 is 37. So I think it's also an 8. Okay.
All right. All right. So how many 9s do we really have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We get one more 9.
Okay. So what math do we want to do now?
We want to look at these.
Probably we want to count and figure out what digit we've actually run out of.
Okay, so we've run out of
we've
ones. 1,
ones and
2, 3,
twos.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Threes.
3s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We get one more 3.
One more 3 is interesting. Okay.
And
Fours.
And it can't be in an awful lot of the cells we already have marked.
Interesting. 1,
1,
2, 3, 4.
3,
We have
4,
8.
5, 6, 7, 8.
8 fours. So we get one more 4. 5s.
I really want to. I want to know what these add up to. 15, 20, 28. So these add up to 17.
That is correct.
Okay.
Let's count 5s. We're almost done. Let's just count until we find out which thing we can roll off the thermo in box 4. So double click 5s, please. Okay, only 6 of those. 6s. Do we have of those? 6s, please.
Sorry.
Not enough of those. 7s. We had a lot of 7s.
We had a lot of 7s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We get one more 7.
One more 7. Darn it. And 8s? I'm gonna guess we get tons more of those.
Yeah, we get more 8s.
Although amusingly, if we use the double 8 option in box 6, then we only have one 8 left. Okay. So what about row 4 then? So the remaining cells in row 4, let's figure this out. So the first 3 digits sum to, okay, well, let just whatever way you want to do it.
Sure.
I think
8,
they sum to 25.
What?
So I think they sum to 25, the cells we've used so far. But let's do it. So
right.
8, 10, plus 15 is 25. So the remaining cells need to sum to 20. So I think at absolute minimum, I think row 4, column 5 is a 6, actually. So I think that's a 6, 7, 8, or 9.
It's not a 9.
We didn't use all the 9s, remember? I think we still have a 9 to give.
Oof.
But it's possible that even with that being 6 and 7, yeah, it still can't be a 9 just by the row, because those things need to sum to 20. And so I think this is a maximum. No, 5 and 7. I think it's a maximum of 8. Just by the row, because remember those 3 cells sum to 20. And so if they're 5 and 7 is the minimum of the others, then this is a maximum of 8. So this is 6, 7, or 8.
Which one? This one?
The one, yep. It's 6, 7, or 8. Okay, so now we got to do each of these. So the next one. Oh God, no, the next one's horrible. We just don't know any digits, right, at all.
Let's see.
Probably column 3 is our next best bet.
4. Let's see. These 3 add to 15. So all we know is, since these are different, they have to all be different, and it's 4, 5, 6.
22 remaining in column 3. So if we just trust afraid not that there's 22 remaining in column 3, then this digit at the bottom is at least a 5 and at most a 7. So I think it's 5, 6, or 7.
Oh, it can't be 5, afraid not says?
5 would need a double 9.
Yes.
No.
Let's look at Kurabon's point. If row 3, column 4... What?
Kurabon may be a bit behind. Only 3 cells left in column 2. We can look at those if we must.
Row 5, column 3. Not row 3, column 4. Row 5, column 3. If row 5, column 3 is 8... what just happened to my... Okay. If row 5, column 3 is 8, then row 9, column 2... Okay, yeah. If this is 8, it fixes this entire box, which is going to fix all of column 2. So if this is 8, we go 7, 6, 5, 4... So this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which adds to
33.
plus 4.
It's 37.
So this would be an 8. And that's a 6. And now we add... So that's 14. And now we add the rest of this column.
So 14 plus 12 is 26. Plus 7 is 33.
Where's the 7?
You
Oh,
did a
I see
different
what you're
12
doing.
than I did.
Okay. Let me do this. This is 14. This is 9. So that's 23. Another 6 is 29. Another 9 is 38. 3 is 41, and this is a 4. And now we have a 4 here. And
4
here.
there. And so then... And 8
we have
more
4s.
That's
1,
10
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's not an 8. So that's a 9. And so that's the last 9, right? Double check.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes.
Okay. So that's an 8. And that's
an 8.
And now I think we might have used all the 8s.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
We've got 1 8 left. Okay, row 4. What is the sum in row 4 now?
17, 23, 25, 29, 30, 33. So these two sum to 12.
Okay, and so that one's never an 8, sadly. It's either 6 and 6 or 5 and 7. Okay, column 3 sum we need to do again.
Okay.
So 19 for the first 5 cells.
Okay.
Plus 8 is 27. Plus 5 is 32, which means these need to sum to 13, the remaining 2. So it's 7 and 6 or 8 and 5. That one's never a 7 down at the bottom. Okay, remind me in box 5 what the green cells sum to.
Okay. This is 14, 23, 26, 30. These sum to 15.
Okay, so Yeah, maybe that's not super useful. I feel like we've probably just got to pencil mark every remaining cell. Have we used all the 3s and all the 4s?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I think
We
we
get
have a 3
one more
left.
3. Column 1 remaining digits are 4, 5, and 6.
Can't have 5, 5 on a thermo, Andrew. So yeah, that is 4, 5, and 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's actually, that accounts for our last 4.
Yeah.
So we can't have 4 anywhere else.
Right. So let's just mark the remaining cells in green. So the remaining cells in green, because they add to at most 9. Oh, never mind. Never mind. That's horrible. I was thinking they added to at most 7 for some reason.
Do we need the 3 in green? Is that what we're saying?
So we can't use any more 1s, 2s, or 4s. So if we don't use a 3, then we'd be a minimum of 5 and 5, and that's too many. So yeah, so
5,
there
5,
is a
and
3 in
6.
there.
Yeah, so there is a 3 in these cells.
Why wasn't it 5 and 5? Is there something, or are we almost out of 5s or something?
Yeah, why is this
I
6
said
or
it's
7?
a minimum of 5 and 5. Plus 6 is too many. So there is a 3 in one of those 2 cells. And I think it's the last 3. Because we've used all the 1s, the 2s, and the 4s. So if we don't use a 3, then the minimum is 5 and 5.
Yeah.
So there's a
agree.
3 in there.
Yes. Yes. I thought you were disagreeing with me about something.
You said you corrected me when I said 5 and 5 and said 5 and 6, and then I was curious if you knew that there's only 1 5 left in the grid or something like that.
No, I said 5, 5, and 6.
Oh, okay, got
which
it.
is
Sorry,
too many.
I'm right. I misunderstood the nature of the thing. So it's 3 6 6 or 3 5 7. So you can certainly pencil mark all those digits into there. So 3 5 6 7.
Sarah, we're just a little cranky because it's 8 p.m. and I haven't started cooking dinner.
We blame Memeristor, just for the
We're-
record.
We're not actually mad at each other.
No, I actually genuinely thought he knew there was only 1 5 left in the grid, and I wanted to know that if that was true, but it turned out not to. It turned out that was not what he was saying. Well, I appreciate everyone hanging around for the adventures of the hopefully wrap up of this puzzle. Okay, so Mormogli's claiming that we can't okay, so I think Mormogli's claim is 2 parts. So I think the first part is that there's only 1 7 left. So let's check that part first.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's
okay,
only 1 7 left.
Okay, so now this second part is that if row 6, column 3 is a 7, that it's going to put a second 7 in the box. So if that's a 7, it goes 7 6 5 4 3 down the thermo. Which will sum to 25, I believe. Plus 9 is 34. Plus 4 is 38. And so that would be a 7, and that would break. So that's an 8.
So that's an 8. Is that
and
our
so
last
that should
8?
give us the last digit in the
3,
column
4,
for
5,
sure.
6, 7. It's also our last 8.
Excellent. Okay, so our last 8 and our last digit in the column. So what is our last digit in the column now? 9, 10, 17 is 27, and 8 is 35, and 5 is 40. So I think it's a 5 if I did that math right.
5, 10.
But we have error check
26.
off, so if we just enter random digits in the grid, no one in chat will notice.
Well, chat agrees it's a 5.
Okay, good.
And
So now what
that,
is
1,
the sum
2,
of the last
3,
two digits
4,
in row
5,
9?
6, 7.
So
This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so that's 15. Plus 18 is 33.
33. So these need to sum to 12. So go ahead and write in the complement. So it is 8, 7, or 6 to go there.
And I think we've already used our 8s. We've used our 8s.
We've used our 8. So there's no 8 and no 4. So we know where the 4 goes in the column. We get another digit. Woohoo! I wanted to say we have a 6, 7 pair in the column. Do we have a 6, 7 pair in the column? Is there only one 7 left? I think there's only one 7
1,
left, right?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We get 1 7 for the whole puzzle. But it could be in box 5.
So is it possible that those are both 6? Maybe it breaks if those are both 6 in column 2.
Row 5 seems fruitful because we can say a lot about this cell.
Yes. Okay. So we've got 10, 15, 18, 21, 30, 34. So those two digits need to sum to 11, I believe. So I think that means that this has to be a
can this
a
only
5,
be a
6
5?
pair, I think. I think it has to be a 5 and a 6, I believe. If we did the math
Let's
right.
redo the
Chat will
math.
Okay.
So these 3 are 15, 20,
30,
30,
34.
34.
So
So
yeah, they need
these
to
add
add to
to
11.
11. And the only
So
way
that's
that
not
works
a
is
3. Yeah.
right. So this is not a 3. So this is a 3.
Yep.
But moreover, this needs to be a 5 to get us low enough.
Yep. 5 and 6.
6. And now we can just do math on this cell.
Because those added to 15. So that's the last 7. So that makes it a 6 at the bottom of column 2.
Also, we get a 5 and a 6 here. And a 6.
And that's
Does
a
this
6.
add up?
I hope so.
Let's add this row.
So
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is 21.
Plus 9 is 30. Plus 15 is 45. Excellent. And our last digit is a something.
3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. Okay, 17, 20, 30, 35.
39.
So there should be a 6.
I think it should be a 6, yes.
And I
Success!
don't think the puzzle includes.
Quick, get it off the screen. Get it off the screen before someone notices we have 10 sevens.
Puzzle doesn't include the solution, unfortunately. But we can actually count each digit. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2,
what is
3,
the solve
4,
time?
5,
Yeah,
6,
Tristan
7, 8,
is
9.
hiding the solve time. What was the solve time?
173 minutes.
Excellent, excellent.
4s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 5s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 6s. 1, 2, 3, 4,
My brain
5,
no
6,
longer
7,
exists.
8, 9. 7s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I'm very
8s,
glad that this
1,
is the
2,
start of my
3,
spring break,
4,
though,
5,
so that
6, 7, 8, 9.
so I don't have to do anything tomorrow.
Well, we have 9 of each digit.
So it must be correct. Well, thank you everyone for joining us for this this adventure. It has been quite fun. Thank you, Memeristor, for guesting. Sorry for keeping you for past forever. I hope Ace of Spades did not wait to go home until the end of the stream, as she had suggested she might do earlier. If so, very sorry for keeping you until ridiculous hours of Sudoku streaming. But thank you, everyone. I'll be back streaming again on Sunday when I'll be doing more puzzles. Probably
Which
with
is basically in like 36 hours.
yes. So we will look forward to doing that.
Todd, someone in chat is welcome to screenshot the grid and check our work. But we're not going to do it.
Oh yeah, definitely a good warm-up puzzle for Berlin. If you feel like your brain is just now warmed up, you should go tackle Berlin, my most recent creation. It will be a nice and gentle experience for everyone involved, I'm sure. Thank you so much for watching, everyone, through some quite challenging puzzles for today, and through me destroying my desk and other excitement. Through our continued regular guest stream. I did, and I also posted it on LMD, Jim. Let's see if I still have it. Do I still have it here? I think this is a link to it, but I don't promise. But I think that's a link to my most recent puzzle, but it might be a link to another random thing. We'll find out.
No, it's right. That's Berlin.
But it was at least an LMD link, so I didn't have to worry that it was something horrendously inappropriate. But thank you, everyone. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you. If you want to support the stream, I should say, by the way, you can click the join button down below, and for as little as $5 a month, you can help feed Zach Herring. He likes it. As well as keep us in food and pizza and new desks and other things after I destroy my desk while streaming. So thank you, everyone. Thank you to the people who support at the top level. So David, Michael, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, DDX, Logan, Daniel, and Willie. Thank you so much. We thank everyone who supports us on all of our sort of like goodbye stream screens and be right back screens. So if you want to see the name of everyone who supports us, you can see it there. Everyone with green names in chats. Those are many of our supporters, but there are many supporters who don't have green names in chat as well because they support on Patreon, which we also appreciate. But now we're going to go have dinner. So thank you, everyone. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in a couple hours or however long it is until Sunday. So bye for now.
See you soon.